What's going on, everybody? CaptainRoBear and crew here. We're Stormforge, episode 11.
Ooh.
Welcome.
I'm just remembering 3 weeks went by in game.
So much time.
Yeah.
I have to fill the roll log in. It's been deleted over here so people can see.
Oh.
Done. Now the mystery's over.
My divine intervention did not work.
That's just not true. For all episodes.
In all fairness, when it does work, it's not mine, it's our divine intervention at that point, because everybody piles into it and creates the story, and then the dice are like, okay, you can have this one. It's fine.
Absolutely. So, picking up where we left off last week. After cleansing the shrines in the Forgotten Lands and dispatching an odd entity from the cosmos from a failed reading from Chrissy, you guys have finally been able to receive extraction from the Forgotten Lands and pick up on some precious downtime, returning to your everyday lives back in Stormforge. I'm going to make everyone roll for this a flat D20. $14, 18, 9, 2. Tyvar.
Yes.
While you will have an opportunity to go over the course of your entire week, we'll start with a piece from the beginning from you. You can start at any point in time you so wish. Jump around to events of that week, or you can start off chronologically. No matter what, the story is yours to tell. Give us the first piece of what your week has been like post-adventuring in this new world.
Tyvar has been a big buggy nerd. That's what he's been doing. Since returning to the Amber Forge and reconnecting with Kallisto's family, there's been a big emphasis on Kallisto and Loluphia's mother, Vi. And in particular, there has been the interest in her position as a librarian. Earlier, there was the offer made of a library card, and Kaivar now has one, and he has been spending all of his time that he has spare at the library. There are moments here and there where he's bumped into people, and he still has the mornings where he wakes up happily from his crate and sits there, but most of his time he has spent perusing through stories that Vi has told him about. He has been looking for more tales of great warriors, and is, at the first moment, simply sitting there and waiting for yet another moment in a story to unfold before him as he's looking through a book. He's just standing in this library.
Now,
And,
first question. With Kallisto's family being relatively middle class inside of Stormforge, with this being a state of academia, there are plentiful amounts of libraries. If they were to get you a card I would imagine that you would have access to not only the public libraries, but more than likely access to the interstate academia. And the best way to reference this, if you've lived inside the States, would be the difference between going to your local public library and also being able to get access to the books that are at the university library level. This always happened to me because the good fantasy novels were always up at the university. And you would have to get them either transferred, which took way too long, or beg your parents because it was too far of a bike ride to go. I live next to the public library. True life lore. Where do you want your library adventure to start? More on the localized level of close to the Amber Forge, or somewhere further into the city?
I would say further into the city. Kaivar is very, public access is one thing, but Kaivar's looking for things that are trickier to find based on obscurity, based on specialization, based on a few different bits and pieces from his own objectives. And so if there is any records in particular that have to do with high technology, magic, the uses of them on the battlefield, that's definitely where Kaivar would be. Novels and records talking about anything from the use of evocation within a siege to small-scale abjuration techniques that could be used for personal defense. Anything that weaves it all into a story around certain notorious characters, be they heroes or villains, those are the things that Kaivar is focusing on.
All right. In particular, you would be focused on Pinnacle's Point. This would be the closest academic state library and the largest one. However, your commute on this would be lengthy by foot. Well over 20-mile jaunt inside the city. You do have coin to your pocket. Now I have not added this for everybody. Let's see here. How much were you guys supposed to get from your warden's job? Do you have it wrote down? Because I don't.
I do somewhere. Hang on.
As well, actually.
One time I don't have my notes with me.
So... Oh, where is it? I definitely wrote it down. Or maybe I didn't? No, of all of the notes I made, gold was not one of them.
I don't know if you told us.
Yeah, I don't remember
I didn't write it down
being
either,
said.
and I would write that down.
No, he got it in the note, but it was at the very end of an episode, so I can understand it.
Very end or very beginning, right? Because the note arrives at the end of episode 5, I think, and then
we didn't read it until the next episode.
Yeah, we didn't.
Beginning.
Yeah, so end of episode 6.
Or no, maybe we did read it at the end. Oh my gosh, this is gonna now mess with me.
Well, what we'll do is I'm pretty sure, and I'm gonna go back off of the chart. I believe you guys are at the 200 gold piece. For this job. Let's see here. Treasure. Good old treasure table. Go ahead and put down. Oh no, I can do this for you. Can I do this for you? No, you'll have to do it on your own. So click on your own character. And you go to inventory.
Yes.
Gonna add gold.
How much? 200 each, you said?
Yep.
Or... Boom. Done. Cool. Awesome.
Money, honey.
So it's about 20 miles in to Pinnacle's Point. Kaivar, do you make it a walking tour, or do you use a form of transit?
How much does the form of transit cost, I guess, is the interesting question here. Actually, you know what? No. Kaivar wouldn't necessarily know that he can pay for transportation in the city, so he would walk. Yeah, he'd totally walk. He'd walk.
I believe that you would be given recommendations from Kallisto's family, more than likely.
100%.
But it would ultimately always be your choice.
Let's say I'm trying this for the first time. How about that? That sounds like good fun. Let's say I've wandered off a whole bunch, come back at the end of each day, seeming a little bit worse for wear as far as tiredness, and someone said, "Did you even take transit?" Yeah. Let's say this is the very first time I'm doing it.
Getting to experience walking all the way through the Upper City Bazaar. This time, comfortably. No mechanical dragons to interrupt your promenade. Getting to soak up Stormforge culture for the first time. Is there anything that you want to do on your long walk other than observe your surroundings?
Ivar is going to... actually, before I say any of this, sorry if you can hear the ambulance in the background, I don't know what's going on. What kind of transit is this? Is it a one-person rickshaw, or is it like a carriage? Is this even like a tram?
This is your first time walking that we're describing.
Oh, okay. My apologies. Again, sorry about the ambulance. Yeah, the first time looking around, I think Kaivar is very much still just taking it all in. Certainly wouldn't be in the position to stop and add anything to the book if the chance came along. But in particular, he's watching out for two things, which is the presence of guards and the presence of other combatants. He's not had a great experience with the guards. He quietly knows that he has done some terrible things to guards here and there, but also he's looking out for combatants because he knows that they are dangerous, and also knows that some of them provide stories. If he sees bounty hunters on the way, or someone who looks as though they're some kind of street thug, or someone in between who looks like a shady character that you don't necessarily get to assess the abilities of until it's too late, those are the figures that really stand out in the crowd. And then there's the few people, and this is rare if I'm remembering correctly, because Stormforge doesn't really practice magic as much, or certain kinds of it. There are the few people who are obviously practitioners, and they are the true sore thumbs. They're the ones that stand out the most.
Go ahead and roll your perception check. (24). Taking things in for face value, you notice that your time inside the streets involves considerably less security presence than when you left. Things have either calmed down, or the natural state of the city is less focused on security than what you initially thought. You see no sky marshals within your route, only simple city guard, even though you're walking through what is a well-to-do area. The cobblestone has been redone. There are fresh cut flowers that are in front of shops. There's a significant amount of pride in upkeep within all the buildings here. Certainly everyone is seemingly able to make a living wage within this district.
As Kaival walks past one of those slightly better trimmed front gardens in front of one of the stores, he quickly smells one of the flowers, gives a kind of like sniff, and then very quickly just eats the whole thing and then keeps walking.
There's a small child that's staring up at you from the window of the shop. It's a small candy shop, as they have a handful of just large malted milk balls that they've reached in with their scoop, as they have a small stack, and you can see their two parents there by the side, as his eyes are as big as the malted milk balls that he's pouring into that sack. Seeing this insectoid for the first time, lean in next to him, and the parents holding him by the shoulders at first, and just pointing out that there are all kinds of differences in ancestries in Stormforge. And then you bite that flower immediately, and it's like as they pull him a couple of steps back. It's kind of like those moments in the zoo where the child is all of a sudden frightened because the animal clearly sees them through the clear glass and has made contact.
Kaivar notices the distress and then momentarily powers out the Vox and just says, sorry, yes, and then continues walking on his way.
Speechless. After a long trek, one that takes you most of your morning, you arrive at Pinnacle's Point. It is a massive set of steps. Uncomfortable 1950s style step and a half almost. That seems to go up forever. Because what old library doesn't have an obnoxious amount of steps before you get into it? In particular, this library is very cylindrical and vertical. As you walk in past the column doors, it has the build of almost a silo. With the top of the building coming to a point that can almost look very Indian in architectural style. The stacks range from the bottom all the way up to the top, as there are multiple spiral staircases. 6 in total inside Pinnacle's Point that rises up. It's a massive library. What are you looking for in particular?
Kaivar does not know where to start with such a massive place, but he does recognize someone out of the corner of his eye. And as he turns over towards the base of one of the staircases, he sees Myshkin. Very nervous, very hesitant, slowly walks over and sort of hopes that he's remembered / recognized.
Oh, hello, little bugman.
Yes. Hello, Mishkat, yes.
Yes, that is my name. And Myshkin slowly continues to make his way up the steps, and you notice that, as is often the case when he is out in public, his purple scarf is heavy over his ears and just about covering his eyes as he walks. So you have a library card as well?
Yes, is most treasured of possessions, yes, except for battle song, yes, yes.
Yes, yes. So, what brings you here?
This one Kaiva come here to read stories of battle, yes? To find new songs, yes.
Yes, yes. Well, this one, Myshkin, is here to, understand Stormforge a little better.
What about Stormforge? Myshkin not know. Yes, no?
This one does not know its customs and its laws and those who, run it.
Stormforge, created by, engineers, warriors?
Dun Vulcan dwarves, artificers, non-believers in the ways of magic.
Kaivar, when he hears the sort of ideas of what this people is, starts to scroll through his book, and after taking a cursory glance, doesn't seem to come up with anything.
Yes. New song to be sung, yes. We search as one, find, song together, yes?
If Kaiva would like to sing with this one, Myshkin would be most honored. Kaiva, this one, Myshkin, is curious. That book of yours. It is living, yes?
Kaivar momentarily sort of has a little bit of hesitation, but then decides to go ahead and put his best foot forward. And as both of you are sort of ascending the stairs, he brings out the book again and shows you the spine more specifically. And you can see that it is indeed, as you've said, it is living. You can see more particularly the bits of the interlocking exoskeleton and how there is in fact, whilst some books would have this nice leather-bound spine, in this instance it's almost a little bit soft to the touch, like moss. And that's no mistake either, because it is almost like the upside of a moth. It's almost paradoxically, for a book, got this exterior of something that would consume a book and consume all that knowledge away. And yet, as Kaivar then proceeds to open it up, you can see that inside, again, there's that wing-like membrane.
Yes. This important. Yes. This Kaivar's purpose. This song. Yes, many songs.
And is this purpose... and Myshkin gestures to the book. Is this purpose your friend, ally, colleague?
That question throws Kaivar through a loop. I'm gonna go ahead and that's save worthy right there. 2 seconds. Seeing that you're a practitioner of magic, Kaivar has known exactly what you can do. He is in that position where you've fought side by side and you've saved each other. So he opts to trust.
Myshkin. This one Kaiva no of family, of friends, yes. Yes. This one Kaiva is new to this. This song, this part of Clutch, yes. But is maybe family, is maybe not, yes, no. This contain song, this contain stories. Contain and hold them for others, yes.
This one understands.
Is Kaivar's purpose. Kaivar record song. Kaivar's pledge. Collect song so that others will know. So that others other can survive, can live, yes.
What does Kaivar mean by other? And at this point, I would say we've reached the top of these very steep steps.
Ooh, roll a diplomacy check.
Okay. +1, baby!
Hit me with it. Impress me with that big old number. Yeah.
This one, Myshkin does not mean to be too forward.
Yeah. There's a tiny part of me that hopes I throw a 1 on that, but alas, it is a good save.
Others not Kaivar's clutch, but others important, more important than Kaivar. Yes.
Others look like, behave like
Kaivar, but
yes.
Others from afar. Yes.
How far?
No.
This one is curious.
Not distance. A people. Yes.
Can I help you?
Yes, this one, I am looking to, me and my friend, that perhaps you, Kaivar, and Myshkin shrinks back a little bit behind Kaivar.
As a female halfling with green academic robes, about shoulder length brunette hair, seems to be around 50 or 60 years old. Small set of spectacles extended out over her nose. Walks with just a tad bit of limp on the right side, but well put together overall. Yes.
Yes. Hello. This one Kaivar. This one look for tales of Stormforge creation. Story. Yes.
They're gonna-
Yes.
They're gonna glance you up and down for a second. Let's pull an NPC, shall we?
I love this one.
As in this track of music?
No, this one.
Oh, sorry, I was totally not
It's all
recognizing what
called-
the hell is going on. I realized far too late that I've basically adopted some of the speech patterns of both the Skaven from Warhammer Fantasy and the oh god, what are the jellyfish from Mass Effect? God, how am I forgetting this? I'm a huge Mass Effect nerd. God, like all the Protheans and Kindlers. How can I remember that? And not the Hanar. There we go. Yeah, it's part Skaven, part Hanar, part Bug. It's kind of the way that I've unfortunately played it out.
I feel like Cattrade took some from Kaivar's book. I love it.
Here's my favorite
no
part
one-
about the Pathfinder module. I have librarian NPCs
Yo,
already
what?
statted. It's a
That's
beautiful
amazing.
thing.
Damn, they know their stuff too.
A history of Stormforge. Well, that can be easily you could further down. The farther up you go, we get into much more specifics, which I would love to show you if I could find out a bit more of information on you. What would you refer as the collective name of your people?
So between themselves, they don't actually have a collective name. The only
Perfect.
one that,
Let's
right?
have white people tell you who you are. So,
and you know what? It's funny because the only thing Kaivar knows to call his own species is they from afar, because that is literally what it's been called to him from one of the first people that he ever met on Foltura. He did not know how to describe his people, so he said, I come from far away. And then that's what it's been picked up as, just they from afar.
I know very little of the people of they from afar. Let alone, we don't receive that many guests. Let alone someone seeking knowledge. Are you an ambassador?
Yes, no. And Kaivar is going to look at Myshkin and have no idea what the hell to do, because he's never heard of an ambassador before. He doesn't know what one is.
Yes, a great storyteller on behalf of they from afar.
With Myshkin's backup, Kaivar is going to nod his insecty little head like he knows what he's doing.
I believe there are conversations to be had. I would love to assist you in your studies if you wouldn't mind. I hate to interrupt your intense studies with your current company, but if you could join me for tea in about a half hour. Would that be possible?
Roll a diplomacy check. Sweet talk this weird alien buggy boy.
Let's see here. Give me my skills. Of course, it gives me everything but diplomacy. Let's see here. I will just use our...
I mean,
plus
like,
13.
Intimidation, you know, like, yeah.
Well, what it does, it gives you like 4. It gives you like the first popular ones on an NPC card. I'm going to roll my library lore for it. Here you go. You're picking up all the vibes of someone that's far more interested in helping themselves than helping you.
No. This one will simply, take stories of Stormforge. This one, Kaiva. Not like, tea? Yes.
Well, maybe it'll only be a matter of time before I'm able to get a conversation out of you, but I won't stop. And yes, if you need any help, please do ask the assistants. And she turns and walks
Might
away.
I ask your name? Should we need anything else?
My name is Dr. Piper Yellowcrane. But please, if you need any assistance... And it points over towards the help desk, where you can see,
Of course.
obviously, individuals that are in understudy. Any of the students will be able to provide.
Of course. Thank you for your time.
Nods and begins heading down a set of those spiral staircases.
Bye, Karen. Jesus Christ.
Myshkin is immediately making a note of these various private doors and staircases, just in case.
Myshkin, since we have you here inside the library, we'll roll with you. What are you searching for?
Well, Myshkin wants to look at the history of various organizations of artificers within the city. How much power they wield, how much influence they hold. And he also wants to look for mentions of something very specific. The movement and the existence of something called the Caliber.
All right. You would be able to go ahead and assist Kaivar in heading back down and pull that information about the creation of Stormforge, as well as looking up some of its lineages as far as it comes to artificers. For one, you know, within the dwarven houses, there are several artificer families that are well known through it. But in modern times, between the dwarves and the gnomes in the city, the gnomage line that is considered royal artificer blood is called Sedlec. I will post these inside our own thread. And Silvertarn.
Is that also gnomish, or is that dwarven?
On the dwarvish side.
Okay.
Now, these are by no means the comprehensive list of famous artificers. These are just what's considered royal blood and family names.
And in all of the history of these, not just these families, but artificer organizations going back 50, maybe 100 years, have there been instances, or are there records of individuals who have split off from these organizations, potentially in rogue sects, or to create potentially more extreme organizations?
That kind of information is not contained in this library.
Okay.
Its slant in perspective is of the academic state here. And you should probably make note of that. This is the state opinion.
Okay.
So any materials found here will contain that slant.
And looking around the library, is there any indication of more closed off or private areas, closed off to the public?
This one, because of its space, has very little meeting rooms within it. It has a lot of open public room. There are a handful of them, but as you've seen, they seem to be connected to administrative offices. Almost everything inside this is a discourse, where you're almost bumping into someone reading or researching the same thing. And you think that possibly that is a part of its own design.
So I assume read nothing about or any mentions of the caliber.
Not inside these academic texts.
Myshkin sighs, sitting next to a pile of books of various sizes and materials, and he is unsurprised. But learning is learning. And as he closes one of the books, he looks over at you, Kaivar. How goes your search of songs and stories?
Oh, yes, is not what Kaiva expect, yes? War not with people, war with resources, yes? War with world, almost, yes?
As Kaivar is referring to the way that Stormforge had to be founded and the sort of ascent of technology within the city that allowed it to become this floating metropolis. As he's doing that, he's actually going to use a little bit of his magic, and he's going to use Transcribe Conflict. And as he does so, he lays down his book next to... This is totally not as is the thing, this is flavor, not actual mechanics. But he sets his book down next to the one that he's been reading, and holds one hand on each, and a page begins to fill. And it's very much got this interesting note of boredom. And this is the weird thing that can be picked up from it. Kaivar is picking up the story of everything that's happened to Stormforge and how it was founded, but he's also picking up the psychic echo of the mood of the person who was writing this particular copy at the time, which at the point is clearly boredom. This is something where they have been given the 15th iteration of this page to write, and there's nothing of it that has interested them personally. They've read it over and over again. They've heard it as a child as they grew up in the city, and this is the equivalent of them being forced to do dictation in, a very early English class. It's weird to see because some of the other pages prior have been really colorful and almost lively. It's like they ripple with energy. Chrissy's pages that she's filled out, and Farouk's too, all of them have their own signature to them, like a mark or an embellishment. And this one is about as dry as the piece of paper that Kaivar is copying it from, which is outstandingly different. But it describes the way that resources had to be managed. It describes the way that the mines were eventually dug so deep that they had to find other solutions.
Myshkin makes a note of this, and as he prepares to take books back to their respective shelves, just... This one has never seen magic quite like Kaivar's before. Little bugman.
Is This one, Kaiva, is, does not use, not like you, not magic like you, yes? No? This one, Kaiva, is, strength, no, power of mind, yes? Yes?
Power of mind. There's something beautiful in what Kaiva does.
Yes, yes. But beauty from all have, strength, no, power of mind, but, is different for every clutch, every, family. Yes, yes? And Kaiva is going to turn to Farouk's page as he does so, and you can see that it's quite literally that manifestation as has been described. Everyone has that power within them, but it manifests very differently. Farouk's page is rippling with warm energy, and you can see that even in the lines that are traced in the wing-like membrane, it's almost as though they cluster in small places, almost like a group of people sitting around a central point, like a fire or a communal dwelling or anything that might bring a small group of people together. And you can see the patterns themselves within the page rippling with that golden hue. And you can, if you reach out and touch it, potentially feel more. That's a choice I leave up to you on that one, Ed.
Myshkin looks at the pages, and the beauty, and the power you speak of. And he looks at you, Kaiva. Yes. There is beauty in many. Not all of these ones. And with that, he just takes his books and disappears into the library, preparing to leave.
Nevar cocks his head at that. Doesn't really know what to make of it. Doesn't quite understand. Wonders whether it's something lost in translation for a moment, whether there's a different definition of beauty in the sense that he's described it as this psychic uniqueness. But he chooses not to press it because he knows that Myshkin has gone through a whole lot of stuff in the short time that he's known him, having nearly died multiple times. So he's not going to choose to press it. He's just going to assume that it's, something as is that he will discover later. And will continue looking at the texts in front of him, being a nerdy little bug.
Before we hop to the next person, Myshkin. Disappointed with finding no reference to the caliber. Do you want to share your thoughts on what that is and what it means? Or would you rather keep them inside your character's head?
I think as Myshkin returns the books, one by one, almost obsessively placing them back, it's almost as though they were never gone. So precise is the manner in which he pushes them back onto the shelves. If there are dust marks left, he makes sure to smear them a little so it's not obvious which books have been taken. And as his soft paws echo down rows and rows of tall, tall shelves, his wrist just moves up to the cog that sits embedded in his purple scarf. And he remembers something floating in the air above his home. A very, very long time ago, from which descended only death and loss. He shakes it from his head again, not wishing to experience it another time this week. And he places the last book back and returns to Kaiva.
When you do this, you realize that your research will have to take you elsewhere. To a place that's been described to you only as the Trove. The Trove is the largest collection of banned knowledge, information, books, and black market inside the city. The problem is, you have no idea where it's located. You only know of its name. Think of, if you have any experience inside of the Elder Scrolls realm, of an entire city center that is based around the black market. There is both ability to fence goods, but also its own intact library and information.
Yeah, nerd rifting.
Lovely. Overhearing this, I'm presuming on one of his many walks back and forth between the houses of knowledge in the city, Myshkin is going to carry these words, the Trove, with him. And the next time he has a moment alone with Loluphia, but more specifically, Kallisto, he will bring it up.
Loluphia, Kallisto, Chrissy, who would like to be next?
About to say I can go with my husband.
Yeah.
This could be if this was in person, this would be a 9-hour session. I would just sit there and listen and just...
We
Please,
would just be looking
tell me
into
more.
each other's eyes the whole time, just mentioning
Yeah,
how
it's the
much
whole
we
time.
love
We're
each
just
other.
there.
And, oh my gosh, stop. Remember that one night? Oh. So cute. I would say that before any respite could even occur, as everybody was offloading from the ship that had helped rescue them, Loluphia would pull Kallisto aside, and we should probably talk about this now before information passes by even further. Looking over at... what was his name again? Hilljaw?
I believe
Is that his
it's
last name?
Hilljaw. Yeah.
Hilljaw.
Warden Disciple Hilljaw.
Kilthod Hilljaw.
Good. We had asked you a question in Discord. Robert, if you want to...
My bad.
No, you're all good.
No, you're good.
It's good RP happening. We just want to make sure we address things properly.
Yeah, you would have had experience. Absolutely would have been a party member at one point in time. Political wise, would sit somewhere on the in between. Think of him as a person that can hold a leadership position within the Warden's Lodge, largely committee-ish, and has always been a reliable associate.
Okay, so we would be able to be pretty casual,
100%.
speaking wise.
Yes.
All right. Then I would assume that Kallisto would come with her to approach.
Yep, 100%. Yeah.
All right, buddy. Before we separate, what's going on?
Yeah, what happened? You said we were away for 3 weeks?
You tell me.
No, you tell us.
We couldn't find you at all.
Did you even try tracking us? We haven't gone far.
We tried tracking. You know how much oil we burned.
No, actually, I don't.
We couldn't find you at any of the open shrines. We searched
We've
the
only
ones
gone to
all
2.
around. I don't know what to tell you.
For us, it was only maybe 2 days. I don't think the veil has ever been that thin before. We've lost a few days here and there. That's normal for when the Fae intersects with our realm, but 3 weeks is quite a bit. At least I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary.
Well, here's my
Between the
first
3
question
days.
for you. Once you got done with that plant beast that inhabited the first shrine, where did you go? We never got tracks of you leaving anywhere.
We went to the next closest shrine.
Yes, we were pretty beat up, so we're going to head to the manor lodge to rest up, but ran into a bit more trouble along the way. But again, it was only about 2 days.
Pardon me, but I don't think you ever got there.
Well, I mean, obviously, we never got to the manor. We know that.
Yes, you found us before then, but we were heading there.
Yeah, wherever you were headed next, I don't think you were... You were there, but I don't think you were there. I think you left the material plane.
What?
I don't know much about the creature that was inhabiting the shrine, but I know enough that it had otherworldly desires.
I mean, true to any creature.
I think
It had its
Kallisto
own
would
way
have-
of casting its own level of night. You saw the stars, didn't you?
Well,
Yes.
and she's gonna kind of glance back quickly at Chrissy and then glance back at Hilljaw. We saw different variations of different kinds of stars.
Yeah, so
Chrissy just kind of waves.
Yeah,
we
not the
were
natural
told that
kind.
this thing, it was connected to the Fae realm. I think you, Luffy, you got swallowed. Did you see anything within it?
God,
I don't know, did I?
Did you get swallowed?
From the first one, yeah.
Yeah.
More than once. I had a great time. But I don't know, did I see anything within it?
God, I don't know how you two do it. I'd be a nervous wreck if that was my partner out there.
Honestly, I'd be more nervous if it was me or Loluphia alone, but we had each other's back, so I wasn't too worried.
She's gonna
That you
glance at
do.
you. Don't lie to yourself, you were terrified.
I'll try and roll a performance check. Performance of deception. I don't think you're trying to lie. I think you're just trying to hide the fact that he has been caught. Would that still be deception? I guess that would still be deception. 23. I think you can tell.
Is there insight on this? I don't know, I
It'll
would
be
roll
Perception.
Okay.
perception. Barely.
So I think you
She
can,
looks a little confused. She
I think
would
it's
assume she knows you, but at the same time, it's like, oh, okay. Maybe he.
no. I think because the deception isn't for like lying, it's to hide more from Huthard than anyone else that you caught him in his lie. So it's gonna try and like brush over without saying anything else. But no, I think you can absolutely tell that he was terrified and he's just trying to play cool, I guess, in front of this co-worker.
All right. Well, did you
I did write up.
Anybody else? Oh, go ahead.
Oh. Yeah, he
Hey.
can tell.
Known you long enough.
Yeah.
Well, dude, you're so in love with your wife. Shut up.
There's definitely an eye roll.
Okay, fine. Yeah, I was worried, but we've also been in tougher situations, so I wasn't that worried. I was a normal amount of worried a husband would be if their wife was consumed by a fey plant creature from another realm.
Anyway, back to the passing of time. We can talk.
Yes. Has anything happened while we were away? Anything we need to know about at the very least?
After you cleared the shrine, we searched and we didn't find any sign of you, no footprints leading anywhere. I'll be honest, I wasn't nervous the first week. No, I wasn't really even nervous the second week. Third week was when I started losing sleep. We thought we'd lost you. We sent crews out all over the place. Matter of fact, we had a unfortunate lot getting manged up. Busted up real bad. They were looking for you on foot. I got mixed up with the largest pack of owlbears I've ever seen.
Wait, when was the owlbears?
We saw those.
So yeah.
You saw the owlbears?
Well, we didn't
Yeah.
see them, right? This was just Myshkin telling us about them?
Yes. Myshkin, I think...
From his
looked out to
familiar.
see. From his familiar, that's it, yeah.
Yeah. And that was before we got into our last battle.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, it's so hard to tell time.
Yeah.
When was that? How long ago did you see the owlbears? Wait, which shrine did you see them near?
Okay. Hold on here. So, you knew about the owlbears. It seems
Yes.
like you've walked the line. You walked the veil out. Maybe you were almost on the other side of it. Were you headed towards one of the other shrines?
Well, yeah, just for safety
Yes.
in numbers.
Yeah, this makes sense. Whatever that creature did, had you walking on the upside down.
Do we know what that is?
Just general reference of
Okay.
You
which
being on
creatures
a
he talking
different
about?
dimension.
First one or second one?
I don't think he knows about the second one. I think it's the first plant one he's talking about.
Yeah, he doesn't know anything about
Gotcha.
what you faced.
Well, we're probably going to have to figure out where exactly we walked through that veil and at the very least put up, I don't know, something to obstruct others from passing through without knowing. These shrines are meant to be a safe haven, and if people walking in and out of realms on the way there, that's going to be trouble.
There wasn't a single shred of that plant life form left. When you all lit that shrine, it destroyed everything.
Of just the creature, right? Nothing else?
Yes. I'm talking scorched earth, withered, all the way down to the roots. Nothing left of that thing. Whatever it did was done far before you defeated it.
What?
No way. There was nothing left of it.
I mean, I did sear it quite a bit with my electricity.
Yes, and we did burn any bits and pieces we could find. I was hoping I was thorough, but from the way you're describing it, it sounds like it wasn't even just me that made sure it was gone.
Go ahead and give me What would this fall underneath?
My highest one.
Of
Deception.
course.
Give it to me. For some reason, this is a deception roll. Do it.
No, it's
I mean, history? And then
yeah,
you
it's a
just-
kind of a history check, but we don't have history checks
survival?
Yeah, we don't have a history.
here. Yeah, that's the hard part here.
I mean, but yeah, would it be survival though? Just because we're wardens down there? Who are always down there?
Go ahead and
or-
give me survival check on this.
Survival.
This will be your recall knowledge through survival.
Okay. 20 not natural?
24.
Sick.
DC 21.
All right, Kallisto, tell me everything.
Kind of putting things together. Kallisto, you do remember that this plant completely encircled the party. With no access to the outside world, you would assume that whenever its vines wrapped and cocooned you in and you saw that different sky, had to have been when you were teleported into
3 times.
whatever, whether it was the Fae or not, a different dimension and plane of existence. Albeit thin, because you were able to slowly begin and start walking yourself out. It would also describe how the entity that you encountered, something that you have never seen before, was able to get to you quickly and interact with you.
Like it was planted there?
Not that it was planted there, it's just a part of fauna that you would have never seen before inside the Forgotten Lands, and a beast that doesn't seem to fit the description of what you see there. Cosmic horror is not something that you see inside of the Forgotten Lands.
Yeah. I think Kallisto's kind of has his arms forwarded as he's listening, and then also given some kind of debrief of what they experienced as well. And it clicks with him mid-sentence, and he goes, okay, I think I get it. And I turn to Loluphia. When we were fighting that plant creature, yes, we were dealing with some of the heads of it, but the shrine itself was encased in the vines. I think when we were in that wrapping, we were quite literally in another realm. I assumed the Fae, but I don't think we really had any way to know. I think that's where we lost weeks. For us, it was less than 10 minutes, but for you, it was probably about 2 to 3 weeks.
That's an awful long amount of time.
Yeah.
Would Lolly have been able to tell if it was Fae? Like where we were, what we were, I guess, within or bordering?
Nature or survival check?
Well, Chrissy did say it a few times that we were on the border of the Fae.
And
like the
Lolly
land of the
is Fae.
Yeah. So there
What?
was more than a few times that Chrissy did mention that.
Felt. No confirmation, but certainly felt
Oh,
like
yeah.
it was the Fae.
Thoidy.
No other plane fits its description other than the Fae. If it was something else, then it was could only be its own independent pocket dimension or a thin piece of the Fae.
So were we within the Fae? Like, is that something I could confirm? We don't know when we entered or exited.
Like I said, it felt that way.
Okay.
No direct confirmation. But it certainly felt that.
Well, it definitely felt like the Fae. And with the passing of time, that part makes sense.
Yeah.
But it was the Forgotten Lands that looked no different than they ever have.
Yes. Okay. Well, at the very least, it seems like we dealt with that issue then, unless there's plant creature or things like it crop up anywhere else. I don't think anyone else would be losing time like that.
Well, we did lose time here in Stormforge.
I kind of give Loluphia a look, and with the pendant, telepathically I'll ask, do we want to tell you thought about that?
With her pendant also lighting up. And also, Cthulhu would be able to know what we're doing.
Yeah, no, he would. I think he would know.
He knows we're talking to each other, and he's not invited. But she would respond, I mean, he's one of our most trusted friends. And we don't know if this is going to happen again.
Kallisto would just nod and then kind of gesture for Loluphia to continue, since I believe she was the one that actually noticed it. Kallisto was the one that just got told about it. Yeah.
And it was it before we fought? Like, it was because I rolled a nat 20, and then I heard the bell finally, or ding again on an hour, which is when I noticed it.
It was after the fight.
Was it after the fight?
It was after we fought the soldiers, I think, yeah.
Oh, yeah, because those
Yes.
things were coming to get
There
back,
was,
right?
Yeah.
it was the first one just before the Voshborg showed up, I think, and then the second one was when everyone had gone to bed. And basically the entire thing was encapsulated at 3 o'clock. Because 3 o'clock struck twice, if that makes sense.
Yes. Yes. Okay, cool. Yeah. Then she would relay that, and have you experienced Voshborg since? Have you seen them? This time felt like it stood still.
I wish you would have told me that from the beginning.
Why?
It's like 2 peas in a pod. Voshborg operate in a similar fashion. The veil to the Shadow Realm is incredibly thin. I don't know how to put it, but you're on both sides of the coin. I'm surprised you're not sick as a dog.
Why?
You see, he takes out a gold coin. It's a gold coin. It's here with us, right now, in the material.
Yeah.
Within a span of weeks, you all went from being the gold coin to walking on top of the coin and walking underneath the coin. All in that short span. It's like a pendulum. The longer the time that you spend there, the stronger your connection gets. But what happens when you spend time and get stronger with the other? It swings you around. and pulls you in the opposite direction even stronger.
Well, is this something we can control, something that we can notice whenever it occurs? Because everything feels real.
Yes, and I don't feel any more or less achy or sick than I usually do.
That I don't know what to tell you. Anybody else would be in their bed.
Eat your mom's cooking. It's good for you.
Is there any way we can reset?
Reset the time you missed.
No. The pendulum, the magnetism that is currently on us.
Well,
the coin thing didn't help me. Magnetizing makes more sense to me. Can we demagnetize ourselves? Reset to 0 again, so that we're not pulled in any other direction.
Yeah. Try not to mess with the Voss Borg or take any jobs for a week. Lay up, eat some...
Week?
Get some rest. Most people don't... Let's put it this way. Other than you two, I don't know of anyone else that's gotten themselves involved in such a situation.
You see those behind us? Yeah, they're just like us now.
Yeah.
Welcome to the roller coaster. You're the dynamic duo now. If that's what it takes to eat cooking at the Amber Forge, then I will absolutely sign up to be with the dynamic duo 7 days a week.
Chrissy is like filing his nails and just kind of like doesn't even look up and bold of you to assume I don't do that already.
What?
What, walk these wild paths?
Oh, I thought you meant eat at the Amber Forge. Just like I haven't seen you.
Yes.
Oh.
I was concerned as well. Or not concerned, I was just confused that my parents wouldn't have told me that. But yes, you're also... Well, I won't invite you as my parents. You probably should ask them. But I'm sure they will be fine with all of you visiting and staying a while.
No need. I appreciate the offer, though, Kallisto.
No problem.
And he goes back to filing his nails.
Anyway, gotta let us know if you hear anything else or see anything else, please.
Yeah. And you do the same if you go running around with the Voss Borg at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Whoa, never did it once. Things just happen.
Of course.
Very much wasn't on purpose.
And Sky Marshal saved the city. Yeah.
Okay, don't put us in that same pool.
I'm just saying, for somebody that happened to be messing around with the Voss
My
Borg.
goodness, I wonder how well you could fly if I take away your feather fall.
It's his beady eyes.
How tall is he?
4'3".
Cute. She would just put her finger against his forehead and just punch him back.
Don't mess up my mohawk. Makes other
Has
people
to be a
think
mohawk
I'm
to
tough.
mess up first.
He headbutts your finger.
Ow. Stop that.
Crack the knuckle the next time.
Before you go, since we've been put on mandated rest, and I'll pull out. I seem like it's kind of our job to write up debriefs of what we've run into when it comes to like warden missions. I'd pull out one
the paperwork.
The paperwork kind of stuff, and I hand over. Can you hand us pass this on?
I'm sorry, would you ask him?
I was asking to pass it on to the where it seemed we like file these kind of things and let it be known that we have completed this mission.
Absolutely. Get it processed and get your payment quick as we can.
Thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Again, before you go, quick question. You You mentioned that a party went out searching for us and they got roughed up. Are they okay now?
Yeah, they were laid up for good 7 days, but we got them all mended. I don't think any of them are out of work now. Like I said, they had a full week to recover before we even found you. The good news is, though, the work wasn't done in vain. Morale's still high. When they couldn't find you, that's... hearts and minds wander. They're just glad that they, But let's just put it this way. The 5 or 6 of them, they would have split open every one of those owlbears trying to find your remains if they had to.
I'll be sure to let them know we appreciate them.
Indeed. I'm sure you might hear from a few of the folks. After all, people don't usually go disappearing for 3 weeks and reemerge, so I'm sure they'll thank you yourselves.
And we can also thank them by having them at the Amber Forge. Tell them to come have some food.
Yeah.
Be careful what you wish for with these warden folk. They've been down in the Forgotten Lands for a while. It might eat you out of house and home.
Whoa. We've been down there for 3 weeks. Don't worry. We're ready.
That means they've been building up stock and supply, right?
Oh, that actually reminds me. We've been gone for 3 weeks. I told Ziva we're going to be gone for a couple of days.
Oh, God.
Oh.
Yeah.
I missed a few sermons. Didn't really think about that.
Yeah.
Even with Farouk's light schedule, he's been getting to realize he's counting down on his fingers of the times. Meets a friend to play chess once a week. Other places that he bums food off of.
Oh my God. He's not even loyal to the Amber Forge. God.
Well, before the Amber
He
Forge,
doesn't bleed amber. Wow.
he bleeds amber now, but before there were the certain, hit up the soup kitchen on Thursdays when he happens to be going through a stroll. They make a hell of a chicken salad on a croissant there.
They have a full menu just because of Farouk now. Like they're not even a restaurant, but suddenly.
I'm an older Ifrit. I can get my free coffee at Burger King, all right?
AmberForge.tv/CaptainRoBear. We bleed amber. All right, well, we should probably go check on Ziva.
Yes, and honestly, also my parents, I think they'd be quite worried too.
Chrissy.
Yeah.
Where would you like to pick up on your timeline?
I think it's going to be right at the very beginning, after kind of getting off the ship and everybody's like freaking out about time changes, and Chrissy's like, another day in the life. This is fine. Like, I know exactly what this is. I've experienced this over the course of my like 70,000 lifetimes, whatever. So like, that's why he's literally just filing his nails on the ship, and like, as they dock, he kind of just like stands and looks at this new scarf-like cloak that has attached itself to him and has so delicately contributed to his normal attire. And he nods to everyone and says goodbye, and if I have any more information, I will give it to you. But he's kind of thinking this is the end of the road. He's done his job. He's given information. He's helped. That's normally time to call it what it is. He's already overstayed his welcome. So he will likely go back to his norm. His milk crates in the middle of the city. But this time, as he does, it doesn't feel as fulfilling. There's a shift. Lily knows it and, keeps kind of looking in the direction of the Amber Forge. And occasionally will pull him by this new cape that he flourishes to try to, convince him to go. But he will spend the night, as he normally did, in a very discreet box somewhere in the shadows of the city. And he looks kind of at the deck that he got. Both beautiful and horrifying. A token of the danger that he truly put everyone in. And he is trying to process it as best as he can. Knowing that being an oracle means to walk the threads of fate delicately. And that anything can sway in one way or the other. And questioning his ability to be able to do so. I think there are a couple of days where he still shows up at his same pedestal, scaring the crowd. Every so often, joking, laughing, drinking, spinning some story, performing. Because even before, there were seldom people who he used his oracle ability for, unless it was spoken to him that he needed to. And sure, he's making what little bit of money he can, foraging for food, and just kind of dissociating, in a sense.
On one of these days, as Chrissy is performing, Chrissy, a gold piece just falls where money is usually left, and you hear a voice off to one side. Gold for your thought, or at least for one of your eyes.
Chrissy kind of is taken aback a little bit, and then is like, Myshkin.
Hello, Oracle.
This is where I would usually make a joke like, look what the cat dragged in, but I don't know if, okay, maybe that doesn't work, does it?
You would not be the first. And Myshkin crosses his paws and sits down in front of you. I've not seen you in a while.
Yeah, that's normal.
You like to cut and run?
I wouldn't say that. I just don't like getting attached.
I can understand that.
I started to like y'all a little too much, and then... And then I almost killed you.
For someone who seems to carry 3 in 1, with the exception of this dog creature, you seem to like to be alone.
It's better that way. It's what I'm used to. Farouk will drag me kicking and screaming to places because he says I need to be more social, but what do you know? How have you been? Less about me. How have you been? You look well in your fur. Is that bad to say? I don't know. Please.
Well, one of the wonderful things I have discovered in Stormforge since being here is public showers. Apparently, soapy water is good for the fur.
It depends. Are you... Who told you that? Because there's certain things that you should not use for fur.
Well, I would be certainly willing to take hygiene advice from a conduit to higher plane.
Okay, listen to me. Anything with all that stuff that makes it foamy is really bad for your fur. It dries it out. You don't want that.
Noted. I have heard natural oils, coconut perhaps is good.
Oh, Myshkin, we do love a good coconut oil, honey.
Talk of hair aside, thrilling though I find it,
You're a terrible liar, but go on.
I am not used to, talking with individuals. I think the last week is probably more than I have spoken with, anyway, why do you feel more comfortable out here on the streets with strangers?
Why do you? Why do you spend time alone, Myshkin? And he shifts his gaze out to the hustle and bustle of people who are going on about their day. All of them are so blissfully ignorant to the things that happen. And carrying that weight, you think people want to hear about it?
I can only imagine the pain you have to carry on other people's behalf. It must be a lot.
It's less their pain and more about the respect that everybody is equally complex. And blissful ignorance is a choice for some. And I want that for them.
Do you extend that blissful complexity or the awareness of it to yourself?
That's not my job. My job is to be a mouthpiece. So while I am, I guess, kind to myself, I know that I inherently am dangerous.
It is interesting. You are the second person in as many weeks that I have heard such a thing from. That others are more important than themselves, and you speak of kindness. I remember reading once. Kindness is much the same as manners. It is something that we learn. It is something that is expected of us. It is, societally expected. To be kind is easy. Caring, on the other hand, caring is not taught. I do not think. I think to be kind and to care are two very different things. I think what you do is not a form of kindness. It is not saying thank you. It is not asking, how are you? It is no empty thing. placing your cutlery together on a plate. Not to care. To care is often to go unacknowledged, I think. Perhaps that is your role. It is not to say that what you do puts you any less than anyone else that you may come across in life. I don't know if that makes sense, but
You know, Myshkin. Pot meat kettle.
Perhaps.
I think, as much as I hate to admit, our threads are more entangled than I anticipated. And I, for once, in my third, fourth iteration of myself, I don't know how to deal with it. I do care a lot. More than I'll ever know. But I don't want what happened to happen again.
Your scars.
You see him audibly, pull himself in, and, his arms just kind of idly, crawl over his chest and, grip onto his clothing.
Myshkin immediately nods, recognizing this, and I just wanted to say, and he raises his own wrists to you. The emptiness where hands should be. I am truly sorry.
No need to apologize. I was just doing my job. And for you, I empathize. You're a good person, Myshkin, even if you don't want to see it.
Thank you.
Yeah, now go on. Get out of here before you make me cry.
Actually, I was hoping you might walk with me, or flutter, whatever you prefer. I would like to explore these streets and see them through your eyes.
Well, I haven't had a date in quite some time, so yeah, sure. I'm not doing anything.
Oh, well, if...
I'm just kidding.
Oh, right, good, yes.
I kind of look at Lily, who is like, if he could roll his eyes, he would. And just is like, fine, I'll stay here for comfort. And Chrissy flutters down and will kind of point to Myshkin's shoulder. I can't fly for too long. People swat at me, and I have a very short stride. Can I, your shoulder, is that okay?
Myshkin looks quite taken aback.
I mean, I could bring Lily. I'm leaving him because he knows.
No. It's and he looks down at his scarf and, of course, make yourself comfortable.
Perfect. And so he just flutters up and very casually sits on Myshkin's shoulder.
Myshkin begins to walk. and doesn't say anything for a while. This scarf belonged to my mother.
It's a lovely scarf. It must be really special. And you'll see him kind of like nod his head and like wave at people who are like looking at him and know who he is. He's like this weird local celebrity, but there's also not many sprites just laying around. Sorry if you're getting attention. People like to say hi to me.
Myshkin just pulls his scarf a little further over his head, and that's all right. I was wondering if perhaps you wanted to join us for dinner at the Amber Forge.
There's almost like a lump in Chrissy's throat as he tries to like really digest the invitation.
If you do not want to.
Yeah, I'll go. If not with you, then I know Farouk's just gonna come get me anyway.
He does have a talent for
Grabbing my
bringing in
wings.
Yes, I was going to say bringing in strays, but yes.
Yeah, he will. Kicking and screaming. Does it all the time. He's got very soft hands, though.
So soft, right?
So, I don't understand. I don't get it.
Like velvet.
Like velvet.
Yes.
And at that point, like, Lily is following from, like, afar. Just kind of, like, dodging his way through the crowd.
If you will permit me a personal question, and perhaps this is a question more for our esteemed hosts than yourself.
Sure.
I think it is safe to say I have sensed tension between yourself and Loluphia.
Yes and no. I don't have tension with her. She has tension with me. I don't know. I mean, I thought I said I did something. I apologized. Before we went, she said it wasn't anything I said I did. I did. I don't know. I mean, you know, there are parts of me who are envious of her.
How so?
She has a partner. She has a family.
And those are things that you want.
Yeah. But they'll never be afforded to me. Not in that way.
I suppose it must be lonely, having all of the answers, and those answers not necessarily being what the individuals who ask the questions want to hear.
That's how I got my scars. It's okay, though. That's why I was made. That's my job. It's the job of my people, though sparing we are. There's not many of us. And we are not a family.
Where are the rest of your people?
Elsewhere. Different planes of existence. Different stars. Wherever Nixie deemed that we should be. And this is where I am. And always have been.
Well, for what it is worth, I am glad that Nixie placed you here. It meant our respective threads could intersect.
You know, Myshkin, I'm starting to feel real glad too. Come on, let's go eat. I'm hungry. I hope they have nutmeg. I really like nutmeg. Oh, honeysuckle. I love honeysuckle. That's so good.
Yes, I am. Their water's very nice. And Myshkin just walks towards the
What do you
amber
mean? You
forge.
don't eat? And like you just hear, just for flavor, as they're walking and the camera pans out, you just hear Chrissy like, what do you mean water? You don't eat food? And like going back and forth.
Somewhere in Upper City. No clouds to be found. Almost like walking through old Greece. It's essential to have things the color of alabaster white when you're this far into the atmosphere. The radiation of the sun can be unbearable for some. But for those that live and dwell in the upper city, that bit of respite, of reflection, it's just enough to keep the domiciles here cool. Smell of fresh baked breads would fill the air. It is by no means an area of excess. But what little creature comforts they do have would be quite bountiful. You would smell also rich vegetable-laden stews. Almost anything that could be used to stretch out a good meal. These houses are so much more communal than the rest of the city. Gathered in almost always what would be considered a cul-de-sac style. These alabaster domains, almost kind of Pueblo-ish, gather with their front doors pointed out to their neighbors. Kids running about and playing in the center. No single individual is far from an uncle, a father, mother, or their many adopted aunts and uncles. It is a village that looks after its own. A large mixture of Genasi, Ifrit, pick up the majority of individuals that are here. But there is still a mix of newcomers. Folks looking for opportunity or ones that can't afford to live anywhere else in the city. No place better to shack up than one of these dwellings. You're usually not far from someone, much like in college, that's lofting their space. Trying to get their bed up above so they can create their own workstation or office. a certain level of creativity, nothing wasted. As you are a far, far cry from the resources of the Forgotten Lands below. If something were to be removed from one of these households, it would be quickly repurposed for the next. Faroük walking with a rather large sandwich to go, as he's been nibbling on both the chicken salad sandwich that he scored and what he was able to retrieve from the Amber Forge for lunch as well. It's not the first time that he's double dipped on lunch plans. But you can see he's taken the goods from the Amber Forge, and there's a trail of about 10 kids behind him, as he's made them all patiently wait until he's gotten to a center fountain inside one of these mini cul-de-sacs of dwellings. And you can see he unwraps that massive hoagie that he's had with him. And he slowly, as every old man knows how to milk the time out of his situation, cuts it into finger sandwiches for the gallery of kids. As you can see, he pulls out from his knapsack a couple of other desserts that he's picked up from a couple of the other soup kitchens on his way through.
You're killing me, man. Why you gotta do this with food? I love it.
Well, Faroük, by all means, has always been known to put down a good meal. No one's necessarily known what he's always done with the rest. Always considered a person that obviously loved a midnight snack. He's been bringing back food to the Upper District for well over 50 years. A way of early survival for his people when work wasn't an opportunity. When times were much more leaner than they are now. He grew up in a time, as he can think in his mind, as he cuts those little fingerling sandwiches and sees the smiles one by one. The times they would rely on divination to cure that hunger. That's when he takes a pull of his own good berry wine, as he can remember a time where some months he never had anything else but a single good berry to his name each day. But he remembered how his family taught him to stretch it. Good berry muffins, good berry made into a jam or jelly, and of course his favorite now, the fermented variety. He can stare out and see that his time away has impacted a few of the kids a little bit more sunken cheeks than usual. Now, I don't plan on taking any kind of vacation that long ever again, little ones. At least not without sending something in my stead. As he feels that gold pouch for the first time. And it's almost disastrous with his intrusive thoughts. Because it's giving a lottery ticket to someone who's been borderline, not homeless, but really possessionless or possession free for most of their life. And they think like a child. I could build the biggest water fountain inside this town if I wanted to. I could. And it corrects him. You just don't worry. I have some ideas. He finishes up handing out those fingerling sandwiches. Takes another sip of his good berry wine. 3 weeks. I might as well take my lashings now. Oh. Since we're back, he heads over to his family dwelling. Walking past the old tin pictures of his ancestors past. Looking up above at that symbol of the sun that represents his own clan. It's always been difficult knowing that his house would be more empty than the rest. But being chosen to be in this clan and to walk the spiritual line that he has for his people has always been a point of pride. But he does miss the days of growing up with his brothers and sisters in a much fuller house. As a family has not been his destiny, at least not his immediate. The community has always been his family. And as he looks past all those pictures of the elders, he realizes that he is growing in quite gracefully into their path. Even though he has many, many more years on this material plane. He's beginning to start to feel a bit more connected to them than the people on his own plane. Knowing that he's been gone for so long and that he hasn't checked in. He grabs his walking stick, which he has been absolutely missing since he went down to visit Chrissy in the market a day and 3 weeks ago. As that stick down in the woods just didn't cut it. He also grabs his hand wraps. As he looks out towards that golden hour. It's been too long. And with that sun raining down and a perfect god rays in the middle of this cluster of homes, he leans his staff and fixates his hand wraps. And he begins his praise for another day in the sun. Little rusty, as those wounds and knots have added up over time. slowly striding through. He gets himself caught up on his steps for a minute. I'm glad my mom didn't see that. As he catches himself and begins to form that sun dance and sunset ceremony that many others with his own clan begin to pick up and join in. Before you know it, there are simply 30 to 40 dancing in circle union around what is now a fountain that has changed from water in the day to molten lava now, as it switches into the evening. The light emanating off of it, it begins to pour up and out of the fountain around those that dance, eventually pouring out under their feet as the children have all pulled back against their own buildings and watching in wonder as their people dance among the fire. And as they do, and they complete their ritual with the sun beginning to set, no longer peering over the buildings, the light emanates under their feet to remind them where they came from. And as they dance into the night, they honor that crossing from the fire plane that happened so many years ago. And when they're done, nothing but that smoldering layer of lava that was once there, now into a much more hardened, malleable form. The individuals shovel out into a large bin. As you can see, that's the community resource that they've been using to build their domains since they arrived in Upper City. A long-standing ritual that has served their people and continues. And after a long night of dancing for the community, Faroük picks up his stick and heads over to the fire with a handful of the other elders. In a disassociated like trance, they gather around and stare into that fire together, all searching to connect with someone. We'll pick up with that someone when we get back from break.
Aha!
Okay.
Ooh. Okay.
Robert, you're so heckin' good.
Right?
Everyone is. Gosh darn. Gosh darn.
Listen to you guys for hours.
I still actually have some scenes for Kallisto afterwards as well.
Oh
I
yeah.
would want to run by you.
Oh yeah. It's all happening. We got time. We have time for everything.
Yeah,
Even if
still
we
have
don't
12
get
hours
to
of
it
stream
today.
left.
Yeah, 12 hours, right?
We got a whole week.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah. This is just a
We're
beverage.
role playing the week in real life. We're just role playing the week in real time.
Yeah, we're just grabbing a refreshment.
I'm gonna go stretch my legs and get some
Well,
drinks.
I'm gonna go.
Right. I'll be right back.
Thought I've been eating all that food.
I was
He
saying
still
to
eats a
Sam
lot of it.
earlier, I could literally just listen to everyone just interact for hours. Hours upon hours upon hours. I love everyone so much. Oh, that's how you spell cathode. I completely misspelled that.
Kuthid or whatever it is, yeah.
Good.
It's like an onomatopoeia. Kuthid.
Yes.
Cathode. Cathode.
Yeah. That's one of my favorite things about Robear's table, is that I always feel like everybody's genuinely interested in all of the things that they're not involved in, like in just listening to each other. It's really nice.
Yeah.
It's always a very respectful table.
Yeah.
I live for it.
100%.
I live for it.
Ed and Raven, holy fucking shit, your scene, I was entranced. Like, you guys had such a beautiful back and forth.
Aw. I really, because I've not got to do much with you. Sorry, it's quite late in the day. I've not got to do much with you, Bife, and honestly, it really warmed my heart being able to do that. You're such a beautiful storyteller. Like, just the way you describe things, and the way that your character moves, and the way he affects the world around him, and it's just, yeah, it's stunning. Really beautiful. You've just got this really lyrical way of just bringing everyone into your narrative and enhancing everyone else's. It's stunning. It's really beautiful. Really, really beautiful.
I'm glad to play Kaivar because honestly, like, that is the entire fucking... Damn it. Sorry, Robert. That's the entire...
$4 in the swear jar.
Yeah,
You were doing so good, and break broke you.
Yeah, did break me. Now, that's the entire point of Kaivar's character, though, right? Like, he is a support character, but he's a support character very much in the narrative sense as well as the gameplay one, right? Like, he, even down to last week with the wash your luck on memories at the very end, like, that was an option. Like, it wasn't ever something where it's like, nope, you're re-rolling your thing. It's like, nah, this is there, and if this is something which is offered as a thing, like, people can take it, but they can also choose not to. I like to think that I am the augmentation to people's stories that helps open them up. That's about it. If I achieve that correctly, which I don't know if I'm doing.
I just get
the layers of that onion eventually, Sam.
We'll see.
Sam just picks on my dwarves. She's such a dwarven bully.
It is my favorite thing. As soon as you said who it was, I was like, oh, that's my thing.
I can play out my height power fantasy.
It literally is. She's my superior in that. I'm just a committee head in the middle of this, and Kallisto and Loluphia, they're up here in the warden. So all I could do is headbutt a index finger.
That's okay. You did. Be careful. Those index fingers are very powerful. These are her weapons.
True.
They quite literally are, yeah.
Dude,
I mean, so is Kallisto's weapons.
Surge.
Kallisto's weapons are also his index fingers as well. That's his firing finger, yeah.
Can you imagine trying to start a prank war with a sorcerer or a bard?
No, actually, I can't because I wouldn't.
I will go grab my
like
beverage.
A nightmare for anybody else who's not the sorcerer.
There is only one equalizer, and it's the dirtiest trick in the book.
Kill them?
This is so powerful.
While I'm sleeping.
This is worse. This is worse than death. This is the worst thing you can do to anyone. There is a small capsule in the hunting section of Walmart that is labeled deer urine. And you take that small capsule, which, by the way, smells like the county fair incarnate. And you take that small little 4-ounce capsule and you reach underneath the seat of their vehicle and you turn it upside down into the carpet.
Why do I feel this is speaking from experience?
Sometimes the nuclear option has to be launched.
Monster.
I had packing peanuts all the way up to my moonroof in my high school vehicle. It took...
Wait, happened to you?
Oh yeah, that's the girls cross country team filled my Nissan, my 84 Nissan Maxima hatchback completely full of packing peanuts.
Oh, you said this was in the 80s? I've been playing a campaign in the 80s with a person who would love to do this.
I can give you all sorts of things from the prank war.
I think I'm just glad to know not to get on your bad side, and also what counts as the nuclear option for you. Because wow, I'm glad I'm not on the same continent and don't currently own a car.
In a good prank war, the only true requirement is that you can take care. There's no real property damage. You need to know the solution. You got to know you can. Once the person submits and says uncle, then you can reverse everything. If you've done anything that you can't do that, then you're not living your life right. Then you're being spiteful and mean. You have to have a way out. All it takes is a tiny bit of shampoo and it comes right out, but you have to know right where it's at. That's the key.
Nani?
Be right back.
What are we talking about getting out?
How we're gonna put deer urine inside of Robear's car.
Revenge.
Next time,
Revenge.
hurt me because of my puns. Oh, yeah, you would.
Yeah, you oughta. I'm gonna mute myself so I can shovel food in my face hole.
That's okay.
Also, Raven, as soon you don't have to respond, go ahead and eat. As soon as you had mentioned through Christy like the family thing, I messaged Drak and I was like, suddenly I'm open to an open marriage. And we're like, you have a type, right? You've got a small winged spouse and then an average size winged spouse. It works out.
Kaivar and
Oh my
Myshkin
God, we'd
can
be
be your
sister
weird
wives,
little
kind of.
pets.
You file my
Oh my
nails, I file
God.
yours.
Dude,
That's,
Kaivar's absolutely the flower girl at this wedding. I don't care what anyone says.
You are, baby.
The problem is I've eaten all the flowers.
That's okay.
And you're using your strong arm to just like mine them all out, just like.
I mean, Kallisto is polyam, so...
So when are we doing this in person? Not the polyam thing, this.
Oh,
I mean,
not the
you know,
polyamorous
that too.
thing? Okay.
I mean that too. I mean,
I these lips are rated E for everyone with consent. So,
I mean, you know, Meteorian Core wraps for GCX this year. Maybe next year is Stormforge.
Okay. Because how
To meet
many
in person,
episodes did Meteorian go for?
We are currently on episode, is it 53 this week, Bife?
Yes,
We
it
started
will
in
be 53.
2021? Or was it 2020?
It was 2020 because it was the year of the GCX spaceship.
That's right, because we did the 3-shot, and then everyone was like,
bring
bring it back, and we were like, sweet. So we planned for like 6 months, and we brought it back.
And then brought it back here.
God, it's so good.
Yeah, it has been a long campaign.
Yeah.
There
In
are
the
times
best
when
way. I could go another 10 years,
yeah.
but
Honestly,
I
it's
totally-
what I've been craving. Like, we're 11 episodes deep, and I'm like, I want this
We're like,
to
you're
continue
11?
forever.
It-
Yeah.
but it just feels
Damn.
so good. It just feels good. Like it feels natural, and it just I don't know. I love y'all. Okay,
Yeah.
like y'all make my Wednesdays like so happy. My heart is always so full.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
love Wednesdays. I always look forward to them.
Right?
same.
It's just
Robear tables
y'all-
are good tables.
Yeah.
They're great players who are honestly into everything everyone's doing.
Wait until someone gives you the perfect monologue about family and completes your like entire character campaign arc with a divine intervention reroll. Wait until that moment comes along, and then you will be on the thumbnail of the episode.
Speaking of, I love how the thumbnail of the last one is everyone, like, Drak in the middle, just like, ooh, yeah. Everyone else just, like, looking shocked, and me just, like, over Drak's shoulder going, that's my guy.
I will say, Robear's table, just remember that the number 4 is very lucky.
Yes.
Number 4? Okay, interesting.
That is why our ward is number 4, Drak, for a reason.
Really? Okay.
Yes, it's also my
Okay.
favorite number, which is what initially introduced it to Meteorian Core. And then really great things happened.
Then really great thing.
Yeah.
Okay, then.
Myshkin is
You know,
4
like,
years
they
old.
saved their
Nothing
lives
bad can ever happen
twice.
to him.
4 years old? No.
Yeah, he's 4 years old. He
Okay,
got nothing
then
bad.
that's cool because Chrissy is on his 4th life. Like he is 4 times reincarnated.
How old is Kallisto? I know Kallisto's like technically in his 60s.
You are 60.
I think like 68
Were you just
or
60
something.
actually?
Yeah, actually,
He's on the dot.
how old is everyone? I'm intrigued. How tall is everyone as well?
Kallisto's 6'3".
I'm an inch taller than you.
At his resting height, Ivar is
Just-
5'4".
I'm about to say Kaivar's 6'5".
I would probably like
straight if you straighten him out. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I would definitely taller if you straighten him out, but also
no,
would probably
Chrissy
be
is the
the most uncomfortable.
Oh, I
totally.
am a whole 9 inches. You're welcome.
Plus 12 feet.
Plus 12 feet.
Yeah.
Actually, plus 6 feet. That makes it more
There's a
fun.
joke in there somewhere.
I mean, say what you want.
Yeah, Kallisto's 68 years old.
I don't know how old I made Chrissy.
Wait, how did I make Lolly? Let me see.
I'm pretty sure you made Lolly 69. That's why I
think I
picked
did, because
68.
it was funny.
Yeah, yeah. I think you were like 69. I was like, okay, Kallisto will be 68. So we have
Oh, what the heck?
not everyone's the funny number.
In my in Foundry, I have her at 64. That is wrong.
And in Foundry, you're
Because we wanted her to be a little
36,
older.
So sprites are usually
Oh yeah, no.
freaking old.
I have the physicality of a 36-year-old, but I am 68.
Yeah, for Sylphs, she would look in her 20s. Which is why I was like, I need to make her older, because that just feels so young looking.
Yeah.
I think Chrissy is in the hundreds.
Ooh, baby.
Is that across all Chrissy's lifetimes, though,
Yeah,
or
like,
is that just
which-
across his
That's
current
just
one?
this current iteration.
Oh, dude,
Ooh.
that's awesome.
Hey, Robert, how tall is Farouk? And how old is he?
Don't know how old Farouk is, and he is 6'6".
Oh, he's taller than all
He's the
y'all.
biggest boy.
He's huge.
Yeah.
And then
He's huge, but he's always got that lean going on. You know that old man lean? If there's a spot where he's been trying, he hadn't had his walking stick. Oh man. Dude, I could feel Farouk's back crack whenever I found it when he was like, ah.
Nice.
Tell you though, if you stand up straight at a certain point, that's a hell of an intimidation check out of nowhere. That's gonna be great.
Easily 6'9". Also, Lolly is 5'3". I made her my height because I thought that was fun.
315
Yeah,
pounds. Oh my god, I was actually 100% accurate. His age is question mark, 6'6", 315 pounds.
Yeah, I don't have an age for Chrissy because like when I was looking at ages, like they go from like 150 years to like 1,000 years, and so I was like, he's old. He's been around,
Roll a 2 D100s to see how old your character is.
right? You should.
Technically, Kallisto is question mark, but his estimation is he's about 68 years old.
Nice, 103.
He's 103 years old.
So I will let you all in on this little bit of knowledge. Years are not a thing for Kaivar's people, because years are based on planetary alignments and things and yada yada yada. But this is his first excursion to a planetoid. This is his first outing on a world. So
I feel like him and Chris
Gather from that what you will.
talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. However, you have no idea what that means, because who knows how long
Yeah.
he stayed in his hive? Who knows where his
Does
hive is?
Kaivar have a book page?
You don't know.
Yeah.
I love that.
Percy
Jumping
does look 30, though. I'll say that.
jumping back in to that communal fire. Faroük reaching out to his ancestors for the first time in 3 weeks. Back home in proper ritual. Focused in his own mind, actually on a moment in the past. Checking in to make sure that his ancestors took care of Myshkin in his time of need. He starts by remote viewing that experience around the tribal fire to make sure and check on his ancestors that they did his job and comfort his friend in what may or may not have been a transition to a different point in his spirit. Parike landing on Farouk's shoulder. During all of this, Farouk does not flinch at all. His eyes always in a state of amber glow with a flame in them. Parik's does the same as he joins and views with Farouk during this ceremony. After checking in and seeing that everything went according to plan, seeing Myshkin escorted back into the material plane, he tries to reconnect with his immediate mother and father. But something is blocking him. As he stares out into this metaphorical empty field, large tribal fire in the center, a massive one, almost a 3-story pallet fire. Both offset to the side where Farouk stands with Parikh and his mother and father on the other, almost 50 feet away. He wants to step forward, but he can't. He sees the same from his parents on the other side. Like a dream that's out of control, where you can't seem to do what you want. It always keeps looping back to the beginning. Farouk understands that something is impeding them. So he turns to the fire. And he stares at that ancestral fire. Kaivar, where are you sleeping your first night back?
You even need to ask? I'm back in the crate, baby.
Love it.
I've rolled up into that thing. I've said hi to. Is it? I've just seen the stuff in the
Ifrit and
chat, by the way. It's V, not Vi. My apologies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've just rolled in and I've said hi to V and Ifrit again, and I have sheepishly grasped the blanket and as I hope I've been given permission, I've curled up in the crate again with the blanket and fallen fast asleep. Very cozy.
The crate has been like, of course, if Kaiba wants to move it back, they can, but the crate has been moved like a little bit closer to the forge. It keeps him warm. Been cleaned out because I think originally it was definitely used or had recently been used for storing equipment. It's been cleaned out and cleaned up, and sitting there absolutely welcoming Kaiva back.
I essentially have like a buggy anthropomorphic dog kennel, which is kind of great. I love that. Yeah, that Kaivar is just asleep.
I need you to roll a will save disadvantage. Well, your mind drifts for most of the night onto your thoughts and your experiences of your own. On your third dream, you open up your eyes and you're in a field of wheat and barley, standing next to Farouk, looking back out at that massive fire. No words are spoken, only in understanding it, Farouk looks back up over at you, reading the emotion in each other's eyes, seeing that Farouk is serious as a heart attack. As his eyes drift from yours back towards the fire. And that's when you see it again. This massive, fiery, molten menace of an insectoid. And it's like a camera zooming out over the top of a great structure as it's warding over this metal catacombs, as other smaller molten mani clear away what looks like pockets of dirt around this metal molten sculpture that now exists, this massive colony of fiery insects. But you can't help but notice that that structure that's been created is a mold. And the vision within the fire sweeps as it goes in to an opening that looks all too familiar. In this very Aliens Geiger style architecture on the inside. You see the imprints of your people, but not as artwork, as entombed. And as you remote view and remove yourself from this massive structure, you realize in this vision, whoever these other people are have molded one of your hive communities with molten metal. As it stands as their structure and it zooms out, you see multiple civilizations of burrowed creatures. Not just insectoids. Anything that has dwelled in the ground, insect to mammal. Now, nothing but metal structures inhabited by this conquering race. As you pull out from seeing this nightmarish vision, it is Farouk, you in the field. One last set of eye contact before Farouk looks across back to his mother and father. And then sleep takes both of you as your eyes close. Who's picking up on another day?
I can. I have a couple of scenes. One of them actually didn't run by because I just thought of it just now, Robert. So we can leave it till next episode if you want to.
Just
but...
do it.
Okay. So I think first it's Kallisto wakes up pretty early in the morning, but nowhere near as early as Ifrit. Ifrit is always up early to prepare to open up shop. And as I walk down the stairs, having already gotten ready, I see Ifrit in the forge, just working on some missions that they've been asked to make, just probably shields here, some swords or daggers there, and they're moving through the forge almost like a dance. They know where everything is kept without having to look. They know their craft, and also know when Kallisto's walking about, so seems to, without really acknowledging or even looking to see if Kallisto's there, shifts and dances around them to the next part of the forge to get whatever equipment they need, as very, very casually says, "Good morning," and Kallisto just says, "Yeah, good morning. Are you making breakfast today, or am I?" And she just kind of stops and gives him a look, and then looks at the mountain of work she needs to do, and Kallisto goes, "I'll make breakfast." And what starts making breakfast for whoever's in the Amber Forge, because at this point I don't know who's in the Amber Forge beyond my family.
Everyone.
Everyone.
I think Chrissy's there. I think Chrissy's already like up and probably drank too much, and you just see him hovering in a coffee, like an espresso cup, like he did before we left. That's where he's at.
Oh, I'm filling up my knapsack and filling up my own tummy.
So Kallisto will make breakfast. I think the breakfast is good, but you can tell it wasn't cooked by Ifrit or V. That's what, like, still decent breakfast, but not Ifrit or V level. As they cook that up, V would come down not too much later after Kallisto and like kiss Ifrit and Kallisto on the cheek. If Loluphia's down as well. Wouldn't kiss Loluphia on the cheek because they understand that, but at the very least give their loving goodbye as they head off to work at the library. And of course Ziva as well.
When V comes
Kallisto-
down the stairs, Kaivar rolls out of his box too. Just to throw that in there.
Oh, if Kai was okay with it, V would also give Kaivar a kiss on the cheek. Honestly,
Doesn't know to say yes or no, so I think it just happens, and Kaivar's like, I don't know what that was, but okay, cool.
And she will head out to her place of work at the library, and Kallisto will kind of hover over Ifrin's shoulder as she's working, very much with the energy of like a child waiting for something they expect from their parents. Kind of like, they said they're going to give me something, so I'm just going to stay here until they remember. And still looking down at a piece of equipment. They're probably like repairing some armor. Not even looking up, they say, yes, it's in the crate on the other side of the forge. And Kallisto just rushes over to the crate and opens it up and sees the now repaired jetpack that he left for Ifrin to repair 3 weeks ago, apparently. As far as he thought it was going to be just a couple of days, but 3 weeks ago. And kind of very excitedly pulls it out, and Ifrin will kind of gesture for Kallisto to come over, and he will come back over to the table and set it down. And she'll just quickly go over the fixes she made. I guess I'll leave this up to you as well. What can I do this jetpack? Because I don't know the stats of it or anything like that. She would like explain to him how far you can go this jetpack, if there's like a limitation, what it needs to be fueled with, all of that kind of stuff. So what would she know or like tell Kallisto about this jetpack?
One, it's taken so much time that they have already fueled it, and they may or may not have already tested it. Your choice.
No, that sounds like Ifrin. Yeah, she would test it.
It has 1 minute of fuel, so it's more of a spot to spot jetpack than it is a long-term one.
Yeah.
Think of it as being able to cast a longer leap, but being able to hover in place.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
So it gives you double traditional movement. So it gives you 60 feet of flying, and it's able to hover in place during that minute.
Okay. I think Ifrin would be like, so you could, with the fuel, you can hover in the air for about a minute. Don't go too much longer. I was lucky I had feather fall on me. I tried to take out anything and everything that wasn't necessary so you can give more tank space, but if I had to remove anything else, it would just be impossible to really navigate and orient yourself in the air. Be careful, and you probably should practice. And Kallisto's like, I don't know if Kallisto's really listening. He's just imagining all the things, how useful this thing can be out in the field. Because yeah, I'll be careful. Okay, awesome. I'll grab the jetpack and kind of like try it on, probably like loosens the part that attaches because it's probably really tight to fit Ifrin when she tested it out. And I think we'll turn... Is Loluphia downstairs yet, do you think?
Yeah, I would say she's probably hasn't even noticed this jetpack yet, because she's got Ziva tucked in like the corner, like in a chair, and is standing behind him, braiding his hair and just getting him nice and together for the day, while also potentially dealing with him debating all of the hair pulls. Little ouches.
I think Kallisto will just be like, yeah, actually, no, you're right. I probably should practice. Okay, thank you. And we'll like kiss Ifrit on the forehead, and she just goes, yeah. Okay, I need to get back to work, and goes back to working on the piece of armor she's repairing. And we'll go over to Ziva and Loluphia. Like, no, actually, no, I was going to say mess Ziva's hair. No, you're in the process of doing it. That'd be kind of awful. But like, just like...
I don't want her wrath.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't want her wrath, especially with what he's about to ask. He's going to like give Ziva a quick squeeze on the shoulder and a kiss on the forehead, and look to Loluphia and just go, when you're done, I'd love to talk to you. Upstairs or outside?
She, not looking up at you, because she's busy with the contesting Ziva and working her fingers as quickly as she can. Well, if this one would sit still, I could get out there faster. And he's just constantly reaching up and just like, yeah, well, that one hurts.
Chrissy pops his head up and says, coconut oil. Works. And goes
Don't
back
worry.
into his coffee.
We know, I use it as well. And I imagine they like literally have coconut oil at the side, but Kallisto just gently pats Ziva on the back and just be like, just bear it for a bit. It'll be all worth it, trust me.
Yeah, but it hurts. She's just pulling on it. And she yanks it.
Lolly, come on.
That's the same thing my mama did. I was like, oh, make it hurt.
And Kallisto will actually sit down and like take the other half of Ziva's hair and will begin braiding it. Because this is me, Drak, remembering. We can just talk telepathically. So he'll gently touch his pendant and start speaking to Loluphia telepathically and just go, I am going to need help.
With?
And he kind of, talking telepathically, doesn't need to be subtle about it. He'll say, the jetpack.
She stops immediately and just looks at you. So hardened in her expression and is not telepathically responding to you. What, are you going to try to fly it?
And I think still
Ziva immediately like turns his head.
Ziva, come on, please, gosh.
I want to see.
I think. Oh, you said the fly in front. Ziva, your parents are talking. You would turn back to Loluphia and then respond telepathically. Yeah, I want to fly it.
Where do you want to fly this?
I mean, anywhere that it would be useful. It won't be really flight, from what Mum said. It'll be more of like a sustained hover for a couple of minutes. I say a couple of minutes, 1 minute. So I'm not going to be flying around willy-nilly. This is more honestly for reaching quite literally new heights if we ever need to get view on in an area, or if in combat.
You're picking new phrases now to try to woo me over. And she's finishing up Ziva's hair and is just going to tap his shoulders. Go on ahead. Go hang out with your grandmas. He just slowly hops out and is like kind of looking at the two of them in the jetpack. And then just turns and walks away. And Loluphia would give him like the mom look of like, don't even think about it.
And I'll just give like Ziva like a shrug, like she gave you the mom look. And then we'll turn back to Loluphia and just be like, still telepathically, are we going to keep it telepathic or should we go somewhere private? As I look over to the rest of the group just having breakfast in the Amber Forge.
Is anybody looking at us?
Yes.
I'm about to say, I'm pretty sure Chrissy is.
Oh, like as soon as that record scratch moment happened, Chrissy's just like.
Myshkin has also cottoned on to the fact, even though he's sat to one side very much on his own, every time your necklaces start glowing, he immediately just sort of sits there waiting for the other shoe to drop. He is an observer. He definitely knows you're having a conversation.
Ivar doesn't know what the hell's going on. Ivar's sitting there enjoying breakfast. Because V just went ahead and, I don't know, plopped a plate full of Ifrit sausage in front of him, and he's just like, oh, this stuff again. Nibble, nibble,
Ifrit
nibble.
sausage. What's Farouk up to?
He also has plenty of spicy sausages. More the merrier.
Oh my god, Sam, I just realized what you meant.
Yeah. Look, listen, Kaivar is on a culinary journey and is also experiencing plenty of other things, I'm sure.
Listen, there is enough red hots to go around here.
But
I'm very here for this polyamorous campaign.
we love it. But yeah, Callisto like
noticing that
telepathically.
everybody is somewhat paying attention.
No, as soon as you like see Chrissy looking, he's like, wasn't looking.
Okay.
No, you probably see it. It was like a DC of like 2. Like you see, he's not.
Is it like the moment that's too late where you catch eye contact?
Yeah,
and you're
he's like invested, and then like you turn and look, he's like,
let's step outside. And she just grabs your wrist and just pulls you almost as if you're Ziva. Because she is frustrated and just walks right past everybody.
And outside. And I imagine even outside we're still talking telepathically. You think?
Sure.
I imagine so. I think at this time, especially since
Your kids hate you.
Getting ready.
Oh, they're a joy at parties.
Yep.
If my parents could talk telepathically, I'd be so angry about it. Watching you have all those conversations without me, oh no.
The thing is, I think we actually established this. Ziva does also have a pendant, but like we can choose to tap into Ziva's pendant for
yeah, no
him to talk to
eavesdropping.
us. Yeah.
It's always a party line, but your in-laws get to hear it all. That's a D&D curse, my friends. That's
Alright,
Wish
so what do you
someone
wanna
could tell
do?
that to Biddy.
I
Don't make me embody Biddy right now. Nobody's gonna have a good time but me.
I'm, in all seriousness, as exciting it is to be able to fly, this will only last for about a minute at a time, and I need to refuel anyway, so I'm not going to be zipping around.
You have to refuel it after a minute?
Yeah, it's not as efficient as it could be. I can only assume that's because of the damage it's taken prior. But it's something, and it, at the very least in combat, means I won't have to rely on you to help me fly, or, you know.
She would just kind of look back at the Ember Forge and then back at you before continuing with her psychic speaking. Well, aside from our family, nobody here knows I even have wings. And she's got she always has a white cloak over her shoulders anytime she's out where public can see her. So we'd have to go somewhere where nobody could see.
Yes. I was thinking of doing it at our lodge, the manor. It's secluded
See what
enough.
happened last time we tried to go there.
Yes, actually, so... But that was due to us being within that plant creature, and hopefully we won't have to run into that again. And I'm pretty sure the drop ships can drop us directly, or at the very least close enough to there.
Are you wanting to do this today? Just leave?
No, not today. Definitely not today. I actually have a few things to get done today, but at some point.
it's a very awkward pause where I imagine you're just kind of like going up and down from the ball of your foot, just twiddling your thumbs like, come on,
waiting.
give me permission. And eventually, okay, fine, I'll help.
Thank you. I'm a quick learner, so you won't even need to take that long with me. I think, I don't know, actually never flown with a jetpack. It could be a completely different experience, but I'll be as quick of a learn as I can be.
I know. You're always a quick learner. But you also might quickly learn how dangerous it is. Can't wait for that.
I'll have Featherfall.
Great.
Always have that scroll on me.
Thank goodness. All right.
And I'm honestly just pretty light on my feet. I honestly think I could jump from a decent height and still land without too much issue.
Let's not try.
Not gonna test it, but I have that as like a plan D if it comes to that. Plan A through to that is just different scrolls of Featherfall. I have way too many on me that have been stockpiled.
Good. Honestly, you should have all the way up until plan Y.
I don't know if I can carry that many scrolls on me.
You probably could, and you just got to fold them very nicely. But anyway, that's beside the point. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't want to hold you back from your flying adventures.
I mean, this time.
I'm in a good mood today.
I think Kallisto will look at you when you say that, and not surprised that you're in a good mood, because I think at the very least Kallisto has seen many good moods of Loluphia, but good enough a mood to say it, I think is interesting for him. So he goes, is there a reason why?
Well, we're alive. And I love that for us.
Fair. No, that is actually very good reason to be in a good mood. Especially,
That's what I'm saying.
especially are you okay? You were eaten by that. We never actually really spoke about that.
All right,
got
that's not something I want to talk about.
Okay.
It was gross.
I can imagine. I was admittedly terrified.
Oh, I know. You don't have to try to hide it from me.
How... I think it gets a bit serious at this point. He just goes, how are things between you and Myshkin?
The cat? I don't know.
Yes, the cat.
We're both alive, so that's good.
Yes, as you've mentioned that before, we are alive.
Wait, and she's coming out of this telepathic speaking and just like, why is this the conversation suddenly?
I'm just curious because you weren't...
Well, you've seen what happened to the cat whenever curiosity struck.
Yeah. I'm just curious because at the very least I am pretty fond of him. He risked his life multiple times for the people I care about. And at the very least from the last time I think I've seen you two interact, it seemed a little bit charged.
Yeah, well, and I told you how interesting it was.
I just want to make sure you're in good terms, especially
Dandy.
since...
Great. Doing swimmingly well.
I would like to roll some kind of insight on
Oh,
this.
she's not hiding. How sarcastic.
There are windows, right? In
figured.
the Amber Forge. Because Chrissy is going to like hop up off the counter and then like stride over to the table and like where all the food is and like just find something to eat and like is struggling to like pull a sausage link from the plate as he's not necessarily listening, but just watching the mannerisms like it is daytime television. He is about it.
Forget about windows. We need to see if there's popcorn. Goodness.
I mean, there's sausage links that are. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry
I feel
about
like
it.
she's not keeping her voice down. I don't know if you'd be able to hear full conversation, but you could probably pick up words here and there for anybody who is now pressed up against this window.
Don't get it. I am not pressed. I am just an innocent.
I'm never pressed.
I'm never pressed. No, he's just like, being nosy. He's being Chrissy again.
I love that.
I want to roll if I notice this at the very least. Then
It's like
Perception
a DC
check,
2.
disadvantage.
Go for it.
disadvantage. That's fair. Perception disadvantage. 28. Yeah, disadvantage.
I think you would probably see as like Chrissy is trying to pull a sausage link and successfully does, and then falls back.
I will like turn very obviously to look in the direction of that and seeing Chrissy watching us. I don't think Kallisto feels this is anything serious enough to like need to keep secrets. But he will make it obvious to Loluphia that Chrissy's watching at the very least.
I'm sure she would be able to notice because she's probably got her back to it, and then watching your eyes go from her to right over her shoulders.
Chrissy's scrambling on his back, just like with the sausage.
Like a turtle.
Yeah.
Just kind of laughing to themselves, they just say, Chrissy's enjoying the show, apparently.
Why? How do you feel about Myshkin?
Like I said, they risk their lives for...
Yeah, so of the others, why did you bring up him?
I feel like that's the only one who I've felt that tension between you and him. Like you weren't, at least then,
Really? That's
on
the
good
only
terms.
one? Oh, I'm not trying hard enough then.
I can tell with Chrissy, of course. And I think I was there when that was more or less talked about. So I'm kind of on the same page when it comes to that.
Yeah.
But not Myshkin. So I'm just curious.
No, it's not. There's really no exact disdain that I have. I just don't trust Easy, and you know that.
Yeah. No, trust me, I understand that.
But I do respect him. I'm just wary. I don't know much of Kaivar yet. But I don't know if there's much to be wary about.
Yes. Kaivar is interesting.
That exact moment through the window, you just see Kaivar like fully like mouthing down one of the sausages, just like head in the air, almost like it's the gull like eating the thing.
Oh,
He respects V's food though. So that's
yeah.
good for
I
me.
think honestly, V adores him because of that. And V's a pretty good judge of character, so at the very least, I trust her.
And then I have no
But-
issues with Farouk either, so. I don't have issues with any of them. Just not as close. That's it.
So I wanted to know. Just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Because quite honestly, like I said, I am fond of all of them, but that doesn't quite translate to trust either.
Good and shouldn't.
Yeah. I've been keeping an eye on them while they're at the Amber Forge, though quite honestly, I don't think V or Ifrit need my watchful eye. I'm pretty sure they can take care of themselves, but I know
I
they'll
don't think
also.
they're a threat to us.
I'm not worried about them being a threat. I'm worried about whatever baggage they bring along being a threat.
Interesting. I've never heard you talk like this.
Yes. Well, I've never come across an eldritch horror that, from what the Oracle mentioned, was thanks to them. I'm not sure if that's related to their baggage or slip up, but I would rather not come across more horrors of other people's making.
Well, take the time to get to know them. And that'll help you determine if they are okay to be around. And then you tell me everything, because I'm not taking that time.
Yes, no, was honestly the plan.
I don't know if
See
you've
what I
ever
can
caught
learn.
on yet. I'm not quite a people pleaser.
Yeah, it's honestly what I love about you.
Oh, thank you. Oh my goodness. Careful, don't tell your wife. She says playfully. And just kind of gingerly pulls her hand up to clasp yours, and we should get back in. Pretty sure we've
Yes.
got people listening.
I think, like at that point, you just see Chrissy kind of do this whole like.
Imagine
Like
if there's
this little,
glass on the
like-
window, it's a
He's not that brazen. I mean, he might, but it's just very like you see like the hearts in his eyes. He's just like, "Aw."
Aw.
He's been staring at us for a bit now.
Good, and you should paint a picture. We're a beautiful couple. And she grabs your hand and starts walking back into the Ember Forge.
Kallisto follows suit with a smile on his face. And then I think the same day, because Kallisto does mention that he has a bunch of things to do today. So I think it'll be the same day, maybe a little bit later on in the afternoon, early afternoon. But I didn't run this by you, Robear, so we can put
Do
this
it.
for another day. But I think Kallisto has actually brought, and I mentioned this in the episode as well, he has a vial of the water from the shrine. Because honestly, on the spot, I decided that this is one of the ingredients for the kind of salve that he puts on his arm to subside the burning sensation whenever he uses too much fire of his fire ability. But he himself doesn't make it, his doctor does. And I think he's actually going to go to his doctor for a checkup, essentially, of his arm, because they were the one that was able, not diagnose it, because I don't think they even know what exactly is going on with it, but they were the one that were able to figure out how to make this salve to ease the pain of it. And with 3 weeks past, I think he probably missed his scheduled checkup, so he's kind of going and hoping he can get his doctor, if not anyone that can help with this checkup.
Is this a hospital, clinic, or your own personal doctor?
I think for checkups, it's probably like not clinic, like a GP, like his own, I guess, his own personal doctor. Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and roll 1d20.
$17.
17. While any other time, this would be appointment suicide. You've known your doctor for a while, and you know just when to arrive, when they're going to be busy and when they're not going to be busy. Are you headed there by yourself?
Yes. Yes, I am.
You arrive at Dr. Savania's office after a quick jaunt back from the Amber Forge. It's not too far, has always been a convenient stop in the center of town. You get a nod and a wink from her secretary, a small male gnome. Been there in the office for as long as you've been in Stormforge, organizing his files. Kallisto,
Hey.
good to see you. Dr. Savania will see you right away. You somehow have impeccable timing. I don't understand it. Everyone else here would be waiting at least 2 weeks.
I've been with the doctor for a while now. I'm pretty good at pattern detection, and this is around the time he's free. I'm honestly just glad he's not annoyed with me for missing the previous appointment. I'll have to explain that to him later.
No worries. Go ahead.
Before I do, how are you doing? How are the kids?
After that, I'll be honest, everyone's been on edge since the mechanical dragon.
Yes.
But
Thank goodness the Sky Marshals dealt with that.
Indeed. Other than me being a worry body, the kids are fine. They're all of the age that they can fend for themselves anyway. They're in college. I try to treat them like they're young ones still. It's not like asking permission for me to play rugby anymore or stickball.
Yes, but they're your kids. You're always going to worry, and that's fine. Trust me.
Do you see this? How am I going to help with grandchildren? 3 grandchildren in this economy. I don't have enough retirement for this. You can see it's a side ledger. There's the appointments. There's Sudoku up here. And then there's his own personal finances that he's managing like a 3-part bingo card that's across here. It's just numbers hell.
Oh, you'll be fine. And trust me, your kids will also be able to look after their own kids. They won't let you hold all of that burden. They'll look after you too.
I hope you're right. At that time, the door opens up. And you just get the hand that gestures back.
And Kliss just quickly turns back and goes, "It was great talking to you. Won't keep him waiting any longer." And we'll rush.
Before you leave,
yes.
I have to repay. There's for the lunch that you brought last time, and there's a small stack of fresh baked cornmeal muffins. His own particular fantastic recipe, as he has them set there, and there is a small container of fresh, heavy cream, unpasteurized, that's next to it.
Kallisto's eyes. It looks like he looks at these muffins the same way, I think, with just so much love. He's like, you kind of question, like, he looks at his wife the same way. What's going on there? He's like, this, he kind of holds it with a reverence in his hands. You are spoiling me. These go straight to my thighs, but I do not care. Thank you.
Someone has to stop me from myself anyway. Remember, that's Stormforge cast iron. That thing's been around for longer than I have.
Lolly loves those guys. It's fine.
And you can see he actually has one over there for lunch with a large chunk of grass-fed butter on top as he slowly pours just a little bit of cream on it over time, just kind of breaking it away and nibbling as he goes.
He holds this as if he's holding a religious text in his hands as he walks into the doctor's office.
There is a haze of smoke. You'll have to excuse me, Kallisto, and keep our secret as it has always been.
Yeah, no, of course. Ooh,
as he goes and opens a window, as he puts out his cigarette. Can't let anyone else know that I'm into these things.
Hey, we all have our vices.
Some of us know better. As he closes his metal pack and rolled cigarettes and puts it away. My apologies. You have this knack of finding out when I have 10 to 15 minutes.
It's just part of the skill set of being a warden, I guess. Knowing these kind of things about the people we're protecting.
He rolls his eyes. He's got kind of the Gary Oldman cut from Fifth Element. Very much shaved all the way on one side, hair parted over on the other, though it's not a crazy color, it's just long brunette. And you can see that there are spell tattoos on his side of his head that were put in there long, long ago when he was in college. As they kind of light up just a little bit. Well, not all of us were born with the innate gifts that you were, Kallisto.
I would say it's innate, and I definitely wouldn't say it was a gift.
So he kind of adjusts his shoulders. As you can see, he's had to augment his own intelligence and skill set by using those spell tattoos to assist himself. What's the problem, my friend?
Yeah, and he'll pull out the vial of the water from the shrine. Yeah, sorry I didn't make it to the last appointment. Things got strange down in the Forgotten Lands. I'm just here really to top up my salve as he kind of gestures to the water and then his arm. And if you're okay with it, a quick checkup to see how it's doing.
Not a problem.
And Kallisto will unwrap his left arm from the crook of his elbow up his bicep to reveal the scarring. And it, again, for anyone who doesn't know, it looks a lot like black igneous rock with cracks of glowing magma in between it where the veins should be. And then that transitions into just normal brown skin past the elbow. And he kind of winces as he unwraps this. Because I think he probably didn't change the bandages while he was out in the field, didn't have time to, didn't really think about it. So he kind of unwraps them and sets his arm out for the doctor to see.
Kallisto. Could you not dress it once? Once. I know you know how to field dress. You probably field dressed every single other warden that you were with in the past 3 weeks, but you couldn't take the time. Do I need to call Loluphia? You don't
No.
want me to make that call, do you? I will send the pigeon now.
I can normally look after myself. We were just under strange circumstances down
Normally,
there.
you always... You need to quit acting like you don't have perfectly good access to care. You need to take care of yourself, Kallisto.
Oh.
Or if
I
you-
was just... And this is not an excuse. I do need to take care of myself. But I was handling considerably more lives on the field than I'm used to, or was really prepared for. Lives that weren't as trained as the normal wardens I run with. So it was just... I was a bit preoccupied.
Excuses.
Doc, how does it look?
It looks horrible. That's what it looks like. We both have the same eyes. As he goes over and he grabs a cigarette after he looks at your wound.
That bad?
Yes, that bad. Now we even have... Listen, I wanted to see it 2 weeks ago. It's been 3 weeks beyond the time we went and looked at it, and it is even worse than it was before. You know this is out of my range. I'm going to dress this bandage and clean you up, but we both know I respect your privacy, and I understand there are things that you cannot share with me. And while it doesn't make my job any easier, whatever got you into this mess, you need to share with someone, and someone that can help you. As he writes down and scribbles on a small note, I don't care if it's them, I don't care who it is. See an apothecary, see a healer, and I know you're not gonna like this. See someone in Upper City. I really think... I know how you feel about the whole woo-woo thing and divination, but at this point, look at it. Do you think science is gonna fix this? I don't think so. It wasn't made for whatever got you this.
Yeah.
Oh God, see, it's even oozing. Oh. Oh. As he goes over and puts on a heat-tested glove.
I was literally about to say, like, watch your fingers from the dance.
Trust me, I could mess with this for a year and... Kallisto, you're going to lose your arm if you don't figure this out. I don't know how any other way to put it to you. You're going to lose your skills. If you dick around and don't take care of this, it's... Looks like it's... Look like a volcano about to burst. If you're not going to see an apothecary, and well, I'm supposed to recommend you, we've already been down this road. Figure out someone who can actually take care of this for you.
I'll look into an apothecary. Do you have any recommendations, suggestions?
I do, but let's not waste each other's time. Let your wife know. She's talented. Go do it together. Quit carrying the burden. Does she know how bad it's gotten? Is that why you're not letting someone else dress the bandage?
She hasn't seen it since we got back, so I suppose...
Pride
no.
will kill you far before this wound will.
Tell him.
I'll tell her. So I'm guessing the salve won't be much use anymore with its current state.
I'm out of options. It's not healing. And there's nothing wrong with you. Whatever got you here, do your research. Take it to a healer. Do something with it. This isn't working. God knows what. The only thing I can do is try to help treat the infection that you may have caused by running around for 3 weeks in the woods without dressing your bandage. As he puts his cigarette out, as he tightens that thing up.
This might make it worse, but for some of those 3 weeks we're in the Fae, so is anything else we need to consider when it comes to infections?
Damn it, I'm a doctor, Kallisto, not a face specialist.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll get out of your hair, or...
Go see someone who knows. There's probably 10 people that have the flu that I need to see, 5 other that are looking for a knee replacement, something that I can help. Everything that you bring me, Kallisto, is a Rubik's Cube that I can't solve. You understand that I probably smoke more because of you. You have me with one foot in the grave.
I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry, it's just me being dramatic.
I'll talk to Loluphia and we'll look into apothecaries and...
No, he takes his apothecary script and write up and he tears it up. No.
Oh. Nope.
No more time wasting. It's been 3 weeks. What if it gets down to your trigger finger? I'm not going to be responsible for that. Till you find treatment. I'm not going to take your appointments, Kallisto. Go get help.
Kallisto will stand up and kind of pat the table near where he set down the water, the healing water, and just say, for your next patient. And we'll walk out.
As you're turned away, tell Lolly I said hi.
Yeah, we'll do. And we'll
Receptionist has his head down, does not make eye contact, has heard all of it. Awful habit. He just immediately changes the subject. He really takes some of his own medicine. It smells like an ashtray in here. You expect the public to think he's needs to take some of his own medicine. As he carries the muffins and gets the door for you.
Thank you. Have a lovely day.
I hope you get well.
Thank you.
We're going to call his name Tad. He's kind of a Tad. Tad, the receptionist.
Thank you, Tad. And Kallisto, like, give a... Because I think as... Not the face. I don't think he's, like, the face, but the one that's more used to social confrontation between Loluphia and Kallisto. He puts on a very, like, kind smile. Whether or not Tad can notice that it's not genuine is up to them, but they put on a smile and just saying, thank you. And all heads back. Yeah, I think he'll head back to the Amber Forge.
Can I say during that time, like, I think Chrissy's kind of just like doing that thing with Loluphia again, where he's like trying to talk to her, but like he doesn't know what to say, but he does know what to say, but he doesn't know if he wants to say it or how to say it or how it's going to be perceived. So she would find him kind of like doing the okay.
Where are you in proximity to her?
Like, I think after like y'all came in and like started settling down, and like I'm assuming Kallisto had moved the jetpack out of like the main area and the main space. He is still on the table, and I think he kind of just looks over between the two of y'all. So, how long have y'all, been together?
Oh, I'm here as well. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is like in the interim between what happened outside and
in between that
Kallisto.
space.
Yeah.
Okay. Me quickly looking at my doc to see how long we've been together. We've known each other for 8 years, been married for 6, according to my, married for 6 years.
As
Wow.
you ask that, Lolly would just shoot you daggers. Oh, we're doing this. It's a very casual conversation.
No,
No, it's fine. It's fine. I just didn't expect it.
Okay. All right, fine. Hear me out. Listen, y'all are like real good together. And it's just nice to see. And I'm kind of living vicariously through y'all. Sorry if that's weird. But like, y'all are... I'm going to stop talking. And I sit down and I find like a little like empty walnut shell, and I just start scooping in some like honeysuckle dew and like sprinkling some sugar on top, and I'm just like
Chris definitely gives like looks at Chrissy and gives a like confused look at Loluphia. Like, thank you. No, I mean, it's not a terrible thing to say. I think we were pretty good together too, so thank you for noticing.
yeah.
I will be honest,
you're
telling
welcome.
us that you're living vicariously through us, it was...
All right, I'll work on it. Sorry.
Yeah.
But y'all are just so good together. And like me, like the way that I'm set up, right? Like I don't have that. And I won't. And that's okay. Because I can see it. And you guys are good together.
Lolly,
I'm going to stop talking.
she pauses for a moment, and she actually is going to... Are you on a table, you said? Or were
Yeah. Yeah, I'm on the table.
you? Cute. She would just pull out a chair, sit down, and elbows on the table, and just gonna rest her chin atop her hands. All right, let's do this.
Where do you come from, Chrissy?
This version of me, or like...
However you want to answer it.
I don't remember. I kind of just wasn't here, and then I was.
Interesting.
That story I told at the shrine that we were at, but not at. That's all I know. I don't really have family in the traditional sense. I don't have a mom or moms or dads or uncles, aunts, cousins, none of that. We are solitary creatures, not all of us in the same planes of existence. I am the only one here of my kind. Yeah, you'll see sprites, sure, like that's nice. But I am alone here.
Well, Lolly is really holding herself together and trying to be better. But hearing all of this is actually quite surprising to her. And after just a moment of genuinely listening in on you, she's giving you her full attention. We're actually much more similar than you think.
Chrissy smiles knowingly at that, and he nods. I've known that for a while.
Yeah, that's what I don't like.
Yeah, well, it's not my place to say anything about anyone else.
I do appreciate that. And she genuinely means that.
Of course. My job here isn't to make things harder for people, although I did, and that was... I'm really sorry about that still. I tripped, I guess. Like, the dance that I gotta do to learn the things, I didn't do so well, and I got y'all involved, and I'm sorry. Not gonna live that one down. Let me tell you, it's not gonna... Okay. Well...
There's no use to dig yourself into this emotional pit of something you can't change. What's happened, happened. And now it's time to make sure we take control of what happens next.
That's
I don't
what
think
I'm
any of us
afraid
are
of.
gonna hold this against you.
We have, as wardens, it's our job to keep adventurers and the common folk out of trouble down there. And we did our job. Nothing to apologize for.
I appreciate y'all saying that, but I know my fault when I see it, when I make it. Funny thing about oracles is most consider us cursed. In the text of my people, we're blessed. We walk a very fine line, dance through threads of fate, and I tripped. And I'll do my best not to let that happen again, but I will not be using most of my ability, knowing that I could hurt anybody in proximity to me. The last time it happened, you see, I was by myself, and I handled it. I don't want y'all to handle that for me.
It's our jobs.
Anyway, enough about all of this stuff, huh? It's there's coffee, and Lily just like pops up onto the table and like almost like pushes against Chrissy's back to kind of like prevent him from moving because he's looking for a way out. All right, Lily, okay, all right. talking. I'm trying. And Lily's just like looking at Chrissy with like that stare, like that knowing stare. I'm like, Lily, I said I was trying, okay? I'm not good at talking. You know this. It's been me and you for how long?
Loluphia's going to talk to Kallisto telepathically. I don't like how much Chrissy and I are similar. Does that make you the dog?
Does that make me the dog?
Yeah, you know, trying to push us
Wow.
encouraging this interaction.
I'm just sitting back. All of you are doing the interacting. I'm just hopping in every now and then.
Lily keeps kind of like nudging Chrissy. He's like, okay, fine. Stop pushing me. And he, and okay, Lily. Shh. And he just turns around and, you know, fixes his hair for a second. Well, Loluphia, I'm sorry that I bother you, and I'm weird. But I will say this, like, I really admire and respect you.
Chrissy, you don't bother me, and I don't care if you're weird. You've
Loluphia's
already
pretty
apologized, and it wasn't even something you needed to apologize for.
You see, but here's the thing. I feel like I did something, and I don't know what I did.
You didn't. It's
weird. Also, nowhere near as important as what is about to be said, but don't apologize for things you don't know you're apologizing for, because then it just makes the apology mean nothing.
Damn,
Saying
that's
I'm
good
sorry
advice.
for,
Ouch, Callie.
I don't know.
Damn, that's good
Hey.
advice. Huh.
I'm
just nervous.
That's fair. I don't know the full extent of why you think Loluphia has a problem with you, but you've heard what she said.
She stares daggers.
Yeah, it's my thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there was that one day, and then after that, that was all I saw from you. Just anger at me. Or because of me.
It's not. It's really not. And looking around at just how full this area is, this is not the place for me to divulge why.
I'm
But-
not gonna press. I never will.
You constantly blame yourself as pressing it in its own way, which you should stop. We'll talk. Privately.
Chrissy nods and then kind of just like has been called out and read for filth this entire interaction in like a kind way, but it's like, damn. And he nods and like very sheepishly starts like massaging at his shoulder and is like, okay, all right. Got it. And does like this little finger gun thing and like starts walking backward and like expects Lily to be there. And it's essentially a trust fall and Lily has backed up and then Chrissy has fallen into like a side of like, I would almost say like a little nutmeg pudding that he asked for. I
I feel like it's probably what Farouk is eating.
Probably.
Okay, I just got him on their spoon.
Yep. And then Farouk just like starts lifting me up on the spoon. And I'm like, hi, Farouk. Hi. Okay, this is embarrassing. I need to clean up again. Okay. Why do I even dress for the part? You know what I'm saying? This is wild. Okay. All right.
Ivar
Also-
prestidigitations the putting away as he wonders what the finger guns expression was and meant.
And I think Chris will again give Chrissy a very confused look, and then give Loluphia a kiss on the forehead as he will like get up, and the audience knows will leave for the doctors. And there's actually one other scene that I think will happen right after the doctor, that takes place after the doctors, if you're cool with that. So I got DM from someone, and I would love to play this out.
Is this
Sorry, yeah?
That's from. Do you? I might have to pop out because the kid.
Oh, yeah.
So I can just, if it's cool, I can have Chrissy just like be embarrassed and like storm off and like sulk in the corner.
cool? You got homework to watch.
Absolutely.
Go ahead and wrap this thing up.
All right. So I think like after all that, right as Kallisto kind of leaves and Chrissy gets prestidigitationed, he kind of just sighs, kind of relieved, still really awkward and not good at socializing in bigger groups outside of having a need for him to tell them something cosmic. He just looks at Lily and like he just kind of like nudges him like, ugh, and like storms off up the stairs and doesn't use his wings because they're still a little uncomfortable right now. He just like crawls up the stairs, and it takes him probably about a good 10-15 minutes to get all the way up the stairs, and just finds a little like jewelry box or something in the corner and hides in there. And that's that.
I will say, after this, Myshkin is going to go walking. And as he walks, he latches on to an individual ahead in the crowd. And he stalks this individual for some time. Hood up, unseen. And he watches this individual disappear into a doctor's office. And he waits. And he waits as the sun continues its arc overhead until a figure...
Excuse me, do you need an appointment?
No, I'm all right. I'm just waiting for a colleague.
You can hear loud voices and some shouting back behind the door. It's one of those days. Would you like a cornmeal muffin? Fresh baked?
I'm all right. Thank you. And Myshkin steps back a little bit. As the door opens and a figure he was following walks out and continues moving. Myshkin follows for a little while. You have the walk of a man keeping secrets.
Kallisto was in his head as he was walking, and for the audience, this won't mean too much to Myshkin, but for the audience, despite saying he would go back home to speak to Loluphia, he's actually heading in the direction of the library in the inner parts of the city. And he startles at the sound of a familiar voice far too close behind him as he turns. Hi. Do you get kicked out of the Amber Forge?
No, but as your wife is so fond of pointing out, curiosity got the better of me.
Yes, well, we all have our secrets. Don't see what's wrong with that. Not entirely sure how I walk like I'm keeping any.
If you're headed to Pinnacle's Point, I don't think it will be much help to you.
Why is that?
I have only had a chance to leaf through a few of the tomes in their library, but most of it appears to be state-approved and not the more off-the-books information that I imagine you, or at least an individual in your state, is looking for.
And this whole time, he's still been walking. But he kind of pauses and then turns to face you, Myshkin. So you've been looking for things off the book?
Yes, I have. And I think I might have found somewhere that might be able to help, but I require your help.
He will look you up and down with a quizzical eye. He's not judging. He's, well, we've said the word plenty of times already. He's curious about what exactly you're looking for and how you can help. So he'll nod and then say, what do you need my help with? How can I help?
In my time in Stormforge, I've heard of a black market. A place where things can be sold, a place where information can be traded, and a secret library. I believe that our mysterious dragon incident, whatever the cause of it may be, information might be found there. Whatever conspiracy is happening within the Sky Marshals, I believe there might be information there. And there is information that I crave as well. And I imagine, with any luck, there might be medicine that you perhaps cannot buy at more legitimate establishments.
He shifts a bit, a little bit uncomfortable at the, I guess, direct mention. You've been implying it, but the direct mention of his condition. Robert, do I know of this thing? This, obviously, Drak knows it's called the Trope, but would Kallisto know of this?
It's one of those, you know the name and you've never been there before. It takes a considerable vetting process through the correct societal structures to gain access to something so clandestine.
And thinking through the people and connections I have already, would potentially getting to that or being vetted seem like a thing Kallisto would think is even possible?
You know people, but it's going to cost you. And these are the kind of people that want things that you can't buy off the shelf.
As you describe this, Myshkin, it's kind of looking at you with curiosity, and then partway through your description of this place, this underground hub of knowledge, he kind of rolls his eyes and nods to himself as he realizes that you mean the Trove. And he says that. The Trove. Well, I currently don't have any connection, or I know the name but not the location, as honestly quite a few people are in that situation. But I think I might know some people who do. But there's a whole vetting process, one that is long and arduous, and that doesn't include the payment that they expect.
What sort of payment?
Well, if it was gold, it'd be much easier to get into. It's usually more like favors or specific items, creatures, things that you can't get in a more. And kind of looks at Myshkin when he says this, legitimate means.
But you think a connection would be possible?
It's not impossible. How likely it is a different situation. I don't know.
Well, I have heard worse odds. Look, I don't know why, but I have a feeling that there's something dark beneath the surface of Stormforge. And usually, and I have experienced this before in the darker corners of society, people talk. They might trade, and trade dearly, but there are several mysteries of which, and I will not pretend that it is not entirely self-serving on my part. I will be transparent with you. There are things that I believe I can find down there, but I would not be suggesting it if I did not think it would benefit the party. Or, all of us.
I'm gonna roll to see if, because he notices that slip up. I'm gonna roll if he hides the fact that he notices that slip up. Not great. I think you see a
perception.
Do you wanna perceive to see if you notice Kallisto trying to hide?
Go on, yeah, a little PvP. Yeah, let's do it. Do I? Where is that? Ah, perception. There we go. Boop.
How?
Not a clue.
How? Okay. Well, you don't notice Kallisto very deftly hide a slight smirk that threatened to spread across his face when he hears the slip of a party. And he nods and says, honestly, I'm glad you're being honest that it's for more selfish intentions, because when you started off with there's a darkness beneath Stormforge, I was worrying you're going to try and feign caring for Stormforge in particular. But you're right. What I'm looking for most likely won't be at the library, though I will be checking. But the trove might be the best stop.
Yeah, well, I suppose I'm glad I have allied myself with people who care about more than just themselves, then. Perhaps we should speak this over with the others.
Kallisto will save disadvantage.
God damn it. What does this mean? Okay.
Often,
I rolled
nothing
advantage,
good.
Sorry. It shouldn't be, it's not 31, it'd be the 5, which is
18.
18.
During the last several minutes, your mind races with a memory. A memory that you haven't dwelled on in quite some time. Shockingly, it's one of your first. It's around the time that all of your mates took their career paths and what way they should go. And you think about your doctor, who you just saw earlier. Known him for a long time. Well before he got into the practice. And you see and think about those couple of images, the spell tattoos on the side of his head. And you wonder, if the cost was always worth it to get him through school. All those days, Dr. Savania would come back to his house and get dinner set up in the house and the orders and affairs, while his father sat at the table. Not the same man that you met years ago as mates, but one now with mechanical eyes, missing the flesh that was once there, for a trade that involved the trove. And that is where we will end this week.
Interesting.
Oh,
Man, I've been waiting to hear more about like the possibility of cybernetic augmentations in Stormforge, and oh my. Oh my, oh my.
There's a far-ranging quality as well. Not the best.
yeah. Oh, okay.
Also, I'm going to say this right now, Drak, do not worry about losing your arm. Sometimes it works out great. You would literally be the third character that I know of on the channel who has lost their arm and would be okay, probably. I am not even kidding. It's literally a thing.
Yeah, I know. I think Kallisto just doesn't want to lose his arm.
Understandably so. I didn't want to lose my arm either. It just turned out great.
God, I have so many questions as both Kallisto and Drak.
Look, I know it's like past midnight UK time, but keep going. I didn't get to like half the interactions I really wanted.
That just means that we get a full
Absolutely.
other episode of this.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
How about that?
If anyone still has a scene that they want to work in, if people have time, you may do so. I am available, but it is all to everyone else's individual, and I don't want to go too far without Chrissy.
Still 12 more hours.
I'm still good, honestly. I'm gonna look to the people in the UK with actual normal sleep schedules and the people who have actual jobs, though.
I'm good.
I think I will have to call it tonight, but that makes me more excited for next week.
You DGens, you almost got it.
Normally I'm the Goblin Hour one too. Like this is so unprecedented. I need you all to understand. This does not happen. This is not normal.
Let the record state that Bife is the quitter. Now is the part where you're really gonna hate me, because next week we are all off for the holidays here in the States.
Yeah.
As we pew 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 celebrate
Stuff like that. Yeah.
When do we think
freedom.
that bedtime by?
I'm personally
If you need to go, you need
saved
to go.
one tea bag left from Bife's wedding as I ceremoniously throw it in the lake this weekend.
You wouldn't dare. You wouldn't fucking dare. I swear to God, if you're not joking, I will.
Not the historical
I will
reenactment.
come down to Cape Toronto and I will fight you.
If you don't think that stuff got drank, immediately you're foolish. But I could. I got some Liptons from 3 years ago. I could throw in there.
You can throw Lipton in there.
Yeah, Lipton doesn't count. Stuff. I will say though, we did have I'm just gonna throw it out there. Credit to my wife. She had the best idea for parting gifts at the damn wedding, because lo and behold, a lot of people benefited from that cup of coffee the next morning. Oh Lord, that was a lot of drinking.
Very true. Oh, this is going to be brutal. The worst part is, I don't normally, I'm like, okay, I'll miss like one for a holiday, but I got 3 sessions. Usually I'm able to catch one. No, we got nothing. Because the 4th is on Tuesday. People are already traveling, so we're out 4th, 5th, and 6th. I also get no D&D next week, okay? And that's stewing.
And that's the real tragedy,
I mean, good, because I wouldn't be here for any of them. 'Cause I'm traveling.
Oh wait, what's happening next week for you? Oh yeah, it's also
4th of
She
July.
is also
Also in America.
taking
No,
Bife's
I'm
tea.
traveling to Belgium.
Oh, you're traveling to Belgium. Have fun.
Knitting.
That's close. You want to swing
That
by?
sounds way nicer.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Hopefully
just
I can just
driving
close
over.
by, but can't yet.
Yeah, meet up in London. Hop, skip, and a jump.
It's gonna suck though, because I fly out the 5th, land the 6th, events the 7th, and I leave the 8th. I'm gonna have no time to adjust to anything.
Oh, the worst.
Hold on. Are you going where I think you're going?
Yes, I am.
I am so happy for you.
Thank you.
Oh, man.
I'm curious now.
Cakes and pies. Cakes and pies. I'm not saying...
Babies and cream.
Babies and cream.
I'm a little lad.
I will... we'll discuss that here in just a second. Once we go dark. Because now I need to know. I love you guys! We'll be back for more story in 2 weeks. Take care, everybody. Hey, later tonight, I will be playing AEW Fight Forever at 8 o'clock with my friends. So we're going to play some wrestling. Anybody else got an announcement before we take off? I forget. Announcements are at the end now.
Yes, keep an eye out on Gabe James Games Twitter account, my Twitter account, a bunch of people's Twitter accounts, because we are working on a Zombie Apocalypse actual play podcast.
I saw it.
We announced it yesterday, and I'll say it here. Keep an eye out for a little tease that's going to be coming out on the 4th of July, actually, because that's when the episode's going to be. That's when the world, something's going to happen on the 4th of July within the world. So we thought it would make sense to drop it then. So keep an eye out. Very excited. It's gonna be good.
We find out that y'all are responsible for infecting Grimace, and that's what started it all.
Gonna be our admission of guilt on the 4th of July when everyone's too drunk to notice.
I don't know if the world is ready for both a Drak and a Gabe thirst trap in the same week. Break the internet.
I'm very excited. The plays we've got in the pipeline and the editing, we've done session 0 and we edited it down. It's gonna be good. Cat scratches in it, and Cat hates zombies. They are terrified of zombies, and we've gotten so many audible reactions out of her. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
That's so good. All right, everybody. We'll see you in 2. Take care.
Bye.